So now at this point, so that we have worked on the patient, we have worked on the consultants, and also for the indication. So now we have a place where you want to be able to do the consultations, okay, and then also to make the payments. So you need to book a consultation while making the payment, okay. So what we're gonna do, we need to we're gonna create new apps. So the ones that gonna handle that one. So let me come here. So first of all, close the server. So the first thing that we need to do, you're gonna say Python manage.py. You create what? You create app. So you create app, you start up. Okay. So we're gonna say startup consultations. Okay, so that is the first one. Now the second one, you need also to have the payment. Okay, gonna say payment like that. So that one gonna handle the payments. So then we need to do what? We need to make sure that it is running, our server is running. So make sure that you are running it there. Okay, so now after we have done that, now we can be able to come to our code, Visual Studio Code, and then we need to add them to our settings. Okay, so to our installed apps. So currently we have that one. So now the one that we need to add, it is what? It is for consultation. So consultations, and then from there we're gonna have what? We're gonna have the payments. Okay, so payments. So that's it. So now after we do that, now we can come to our consultations. So here in the consultations, we need to start working on our models. So in our models as usual, so we're gonna remove that one. So but we can just remove this one only. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to say from Django. So from Django.contrib. So we are just having the imports here, .contrib.auth. We need to import what? Get user model. Okay, so get user model. So then from there, the next thing that we're gonna say, from Django.utils, we need to import what? We need to import time zone. Then from there, we're gonna say from Django. So from Django.core. So .core.what? Validators. We need to import what? The minimum value validator. like that. Then from there, you're gonna say from Django. So from Django.core.exceptions, we need to import what? We need to import the validation error. Okay. So then from there, you need to import UUID, like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do now is to get our user. So we're gonna say user is equals to what? Our get user model, that method. Okay, that one gonna get the user. So the first thing that we need to have here is for the models for handling what? For storing the data for call session. So we're gonna say class call session. So call session. So these are the calls that our users gonna make. So models.model, not like that, model.model there. So this one we're gonna say video. So we're gonna be able to do video stroke audio call sessions between patients. Okay, so between patients and consultants. Okay, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, just come here below. So here we need to have the status traces. So we're gonna say status. So status traces is equals to what? Is equals to the list. So here you need to do what? We're gonna say scheduled. So scheduled, like that. So we need to do what? We need to say schedule. So scheduled, like that. Then from there we need to have the when the call is initiated. So here we need to do what? We need to say initiated. So initiated like this. Then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say initiated like that. So then from there, the next one, it is what? When the call is ongoing. So we're gonna say ongoing. So ongoing there. Then we're gonna say ongoing. Okay, like that. Then from there, we need to do what? We need to say completed. So completed. Then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say completed. Okay, so completed like that. Then from there, we're gonna have what? Cancelled. So cancelled. So then we're gonna say what? Cancelled. Okay, so cancelled like that. Then from there, we're gonna say no show. So no show there. Gonna say what? Gonna map here to what? No show, like this. Okay, like that. Okay, so that is it. So that is the first part for what? For that. So then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, so we need to have the call type. So we're gonna say call type choices. So is equals to what? So is equals to the list. So here we're gonna say video. So for the video here, we do what? We have the video call. So we're gonna say video call, like that. Then from there, we're gonna say audio. Then we're gonna say audio call. So audio call like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need now to have the primary key and its relations. So we're gonna have a comment here. We're gonna say primary. So primary key and what? And relations. So and the relations. So for the first one is the ID. So we're gonna say models.what? Models.uuid field. UUID. So it seems like we don't have models. What's happening? Okay. So from Django. So from Django models.what? So this one. So why is it not being used here? So you're gonna say models.what? UUID field. UUID field. So let me type it again so that we'll be able to do what? See whether it will be detected. So you're gonna say from Django. So from Django.db, you're gonna import what? Gonna import models. Okay, like that. Okay, so UUID. So UUID field. So UUID field here, gonna say the primary key. We're gonna set it to true. So this one will be the primary key. Then for default, so we're gonna say uuid.uuid4. okay. So then from there, the next one, it is editable. So editable here, gonna set it to what? To false. So this one is not editable, like that. So then from there, we need to have the session ID. So session ID here is equals to what? Models. So models dot character field, like that. Then you're gonna have the maximum length. So maximum length, it is 100. And then unique, we're gonna set it to true. We want it to be unique. And then the DB index, so database index here, gonna say what? Gonna set it to true, so for indexing. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the consultant. So consultant is equals to what? We're gonna say models. So models dot foreign key, because we are getting that one foreign key here. So we're gonna get the user. So in the user, we need to make sure on delete, we're gonna pass models dot cascade. So when that user is deleted, we need to also to delete the data here. Okay, then the related name. So the related name, remember this one will be more important, as I always say, consultant calls. So then also we need to have the limit. So limit choices to what? So here we need to limit to the role. So remember you had the role, so we're gonna say consultant, okay, that one. So that one will be limited to that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have for the patient, okay. So we're gonna copy this one. So these are the factors that you should put into consideration while building your what? Designing your database, okay. So this one, you're gonna make sure that it is patient cost. Then for the role, we need to make sure it is what? It is patient, okay. So that is it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we need to have the part for the call details. So we're gonna say call details like this. So then here gonna say call type. So call type is equals to what? Is equals to models. So models dot character field. So character field, then you're gonna say maximum length is equals to 10. Maximum length is equals to 10. Then we need to have what? The choices. So the choices here gonna pass what? The call type. So the call type choices, and then the default we're gonna have what? As a video, okay. So that is the default call choice, okay. So then after you have done that, I'm gonna save there. So then the next one is the status. So the status here is equals to models. So models dot character field. So character field here, then you're gonna say maximum length. So maximum length here, it is a value of what? You're gonna pass a value of 20. Then you're gonna say choices. So choices, gonna say status choices. Then for the default, so the default here gonna pass at what? Initiated, okay. So initiated like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have scheduling, okay. But for the scheduling, so we're gonna say scheduling. So scheduling like that. So this one you're gonna say schedule that. So this calls, so schedule at is equals to models dot date time. So date time field, so this one can be null, we're gonna set it to true. And also blank, can set it to what? Is equals to true, okay. And then from there, the next thing that we need to do, I'm gonna copy this one, then I'm gonna paste it there, and also I'm gonna paste it again. So then after schedule that, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to have it is what? It is for the started at. Then from there, so then from there, the next one, it is what? Ended at, okay. So ended at like that. So make sure that you have them like this. So then from there, the next thing that we need, it is the duration. So the duration for that call, so duration minutes. So duration minutes is equals to what? Models dot what? Positive integer field, okay. So then default here, So here for the default we're gonna pass a value of what? 0. So then the next thing that we need to do now, here we need to have the part for financial. So financial, here gonna say consultation fee. So consultation fee, so the one that will be expected to be paid, gonna say models dot what? Decimal field. So then you're gonna say maximum digits. So maximum digits we're gonna set it to 10, don't want it to exceed there. Then decimal places, so decimal places we're gonna pass value of 2, and then for default, by default we want it to be 0.0. okay, so that's it. Now the next one is the payment status. So if it is complete or not or others, so we're gonna say status is equals to what? Is equals to models. So models dot character field. So character field, so here you're gonna say maximum length is equals to what? 20. And also for the default, so the default here gonna set it to what? To pending. Okay, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have for the part for the technical details. Okay, so technical details, like that. So here gonna say connection quality is equals to what? Is equals to models. So models dot character field. So then you're gonna say maximum length. So maximum length here gonna pass to what? 20. Then from there we need to say blank. So blank is equals to true. So then from there, the next thing that we need it is the technical issues. So technical issues, so is equals to what? Is equals to models dot text field. Okay, so text field there. Then you're gonna say blank is equals to blank is equals to what? Is equals to true. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the, when making the consultation, so when making this call, so the users can be able to take notes. So we're gonna say part for notes here. So we're gonna say consultant. So consultant notes is equals to what? Models. So models dot text field. So text field, this one can be blank. So we're gonna set it to true. Then I'm gonna copy this one and paste it here. So this one would be the consultant notes. This one will be what? The patient feedback, like that. Okay, so that is it. Now lastly, we need to have what? The part for created art. So created art is equals to models. So models dot datetime field. So datetime field, here gonna say auto now add. So auto now add, this one gonna set it to true. So like that. Then from there, the next one is updated art. So updated art, as I explained this one for that part for now auto add, it helps you to just create it once when it is created. Okay, so this one auto now, this one will be updated based on when the user updates. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need it is to have the class meta. So the class meta here, we need to have the DB table. We're gonna name it what? We're gonna name it call session. Okay, so like that. Then from there, gonna say ordering. So the ordering that we want, it is what? We need to have a created art in descending order. Okay, so that is it. Now the next one, it is what? The indexes. So this one helps while doing the indexing, so it helps to in the searches in database, so makes faster. So models dot, not like this, so we're gonna say models dot index. So dot index, then here we're gonna pass the feeds. So the feeds here, so we're gonna say consultant, like that. And also for the status. Okay, so then from there, we're gonna have that comma. So then the next one, remember the index is capital I. So feeds, so feeds here gonna say what? The ones that we need here is for the patient, so the patient, and also for the status, like that. So then from there, the next one that we need it is what? Models dot index. So dot index here gonna pass fields. So feeds here is equals to what? So feeds here gonna say session ID, and then from there the next one is what, models.index. So .index, then we're gonna do what, feeds. So feeds here gonna say what, you're gonna say scheduled at, so scheduled at, okay. So then we put a comma there. So let me save it like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a string, the one that gonna convert this one in our database instead of seeing the object one like that. So we're gonna say string, so like this, pass self, then we're gonna say what, here we need to return. So we're gonna say, gonna name it call like this, then we're gonna pass what, self dot what, the patient. So the patient dot, we want to get the what, the full name, okay. So the full name like that. Then from there we just have that arrow, then you're gonna say doctor, then you do what, self dot consultant. So self dot consultant dot full name like that. So then from there you need to have that gap, then you're gonna have the status, so self dot status. So that is what you're gonna see in your database, okay. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a add property. So as I said before, so the add property, it is good when it is, we're gonna call it as a what, it is a method, but we can call it as a field, okay. So it's good so that we're gonna be able to do something. So at property here, I'm gonna say def duration, so def duration formatted, okay. So duration formatted, we need to format it, so we're gonna pass self. So here gonna say what, return, so return formatted duration string, okay, like that. So then from there we're gonna say if, so we're gonna say if self dot duration minutes, this one. So we're gonna say hours is equals to what, self dot duration minutes, then you need to divide by what, by 60, okay, like that. Then from there for the minutes, so minutes is equals to self dot what, duration. So duration, when you do this, you just get what, the, so this one gonna give you the whole, how many times 60 goes to the duration, so it won't give you the remainder. So now to get the remainder, just use the modulus here, then you pass what, divide by 60, okay. So now we have the, we need to first off check if we have hours. So if we have hours, we're gonna return here, then you do what, gonna say hours, so hours like that. Then from there gonna say minutes, so this one I want them to be together there, maybe if it is 2 hours like that, okay. So 2 hours, then gonna say minutes, so how many minutes, gonna pass like that, okay. So else if you don't have hours, you just return what, the string of that, gonna say string of what, minutes, okay. So then minutes, so minutes, then you pass them there, okay. So else you're gonna do what, if you don't have duration, just return 0 minutes like that, okay. So now the next one that we need to do, it is to have the method that will mark the call as started. So we're gonna say def, so start call, so start call here gonna say what, self, like that. So we're gonna say documentation string here, gonna say what, start mark call as what, as started, okay. So this one you're gonna call when you want to mark that call as started. So we're gonna say self dot status, so self dot status, so we're gonna mark is equals to what, completed, so completed like that. Then we're gonna say self dot started at, so started at is equals to what, is equals to time zone, so time zone dot now, okay, at that time. Then from there we're gonna do what, not completed, this one should be ongoing, okay. So that's why we're gonna say started at now. So then from there we're gonna say self dot what, save, we want to update, so we're gonna say the update feeds here, we just need to update the status, so the status like that. Then from there, then also started at, just pass them there, okay, like that. So that is it. So now the next one, it is to mark the end of call. So def gonna say end call. So end call like this, then we do what, pass self, then from there gonna say what, gonna have the documentation string, then you're gonna say end call and what, and calculate duration. So calculate duration. So gonna say self dot status is equals to what, is equals to completed this one now. So completed there, then from there gonna say self dot what, ended at. Okay, so ended at, so the moment to be called, so time zone dot now, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if self dot started at. So if you have this one, so if this one it is true, so here we need to do what, duration. We need to get the duration. So is equals to, gonna say self dot ended at. So when it ended, then we need to subtract from what, self dot started at. Okay, so that's it. Then we need to have the duration. So gonna say self duration minutes is equals to what, gonna say the integer. We need to convert the integer, the duration. So the duration dot what, total, gonna say total seconds, like that. Then you do what, then you divide by 60. Okay, so it converted to minutes. So then from there, the next thing that we do, we need to import this one, the integer. So it is saying what, oh, this one is equals, not to import, is equals, so is equals to that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do here, it is what, we just need now to save it. Okay, self dot, so we're gonna say self dot save. So self dot save, then you're gonna say what, update feeds. So here we need to update what, status, and also we need to update what, ended at. So ended at, and also we're gonna import what, we're gonna update the duration. So duration minutes. Okay, so that's it. Then we need to save it. So then from there, we need to update the consultation count here. So we're gonna come here, and then we do what, we need to update. After that one, we need to update this one for later to use it in what, consultation count. Okay, so we're gonna say try. So try here, gonna say consultant profile is equals to what, self dot consultant. So self dot consultant dot what, the consultant profile. Okay, so then from there we do what, we say consultant profile, this one dot increment consultation. Okay, so increment consultation count, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to do, if it fails, we just need to accept, then we do what, we just pass. Okay, so that one marks the end of what, of our model for the call session. Okay, so now we need to go the one that gonna have the prescription. So let us go and do what, we work on that part. So now the next thing that we need for the prescription, so the reason we have the prescription here in the consultation instead of having it in the patient, it is because that, so these things you get when you do consultations. Okay, so that's why, that is the design that I followed. So we're gonna say class, so we're gonna name it prescription. So prescription. So this one we're gonna say models dot what, dot model, like that. So then, so this one we're gonna say this is just the prescription. So we're gonna say digital, so digital prescriptions from consultation. So this one we just store that one. Maybe been told to do certain things. So the first thing that we need to have it is the status traces. So status traces here is equals to what, so this is a list. So in the list we're gonna say active. So we're gonna say active, like that. Then we're gonna say active, like that. Then from there we need also to have the completed. So the completed here, gonna say completed, so completed, like that. Then from there you're gonna say what, cancelled. So cancelled here, gonna do what, cancelled, like that. Then we do what, we're gonna save it. So then from there we need to do what, the next thing that we need, it is for the ID. So the ID here is equals to our models. So models dot the UUID field. Okay, so then you're gonna say primary key. So primary key is equals to true. Then from there default. So default is equals to what, UUID dot UUID4. So then the next thing, it is editable, we're gonna set it to false. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, it is to have the call session, so that we'll be able to know which session. So call session, you're gonna say models. So models dot what, models dot foreign key. So the foreign key, so here gonna say what, we're gonna pick the call session. Okay, so then we're gonna say on delete. So on delete here we're gonna pass what, gonna say models. So models dot what, models dot cascade. Okay, we want to make sure that we do cascade, models dot cascade, like that. Then the related name, the related name is equals to what, is equals to prescriptions. Okay, so prescription, not this one. So we're gonna put it in what, so prescriptions, like that. So then the next thing that we do, we're gonna say consultant. So consultant is equals to models. So models dot what, dot foreign key. So foreign key here, gonna say what, user, gonna get the user. And also gonna say on delete, we need to do models dot what, models dot cascade. Okay, cascade. So like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the related name. So related name is equals to what, issued prescription. Okay, like that. So that is the prescription the consultant gonna give. Then you need to have the patient. So the patient here is equals to models. So models dot foreign key. So models dot foreign key here. Then you're gonna say user. Then user gonna say on delete. So we're gonna set it to what? Gonna say models dot. So models dot cascade. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, it is the related name. So the related name here gonna say what, received. So received prescriptions. Okay, so prescriptions, like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to say medications. So medications is equals to models. So models dot what, JSON field. Even though this one you can set a different model, so class, then you define them. So this one you're gonna say what, you're gonna make sure it's a list. Okay, so then from there you're gonna have the instructions. So the instructions here, you're gonna say what, models. So models dot what, dot text field. Okay, so like that. Then you can do what, the next part, it is what, diagnosis. So diagnosis is equals to models dot what, models dot character field. Models dot character field. So the character field here, then you're gonna say maximum length. So maximum length is equals to what, we're gonna have a length of 500. So then also we need to have to set it to be what, to be blank. So this one you can set it to true, like that. So then from there the next thing, it is the status. So we're gonna say status is equals to what, is equals to models. So models dot what, character field. So character field, then we're gonna say maximum length. So maximum length here, gonna pass a value of what, 20. And also for the choices, so for the choices here, we're gonna pass our what, our status choices. Okay, then we're gonna have the default. So the default here is equals to what? We're gonna set it to active. Okay, so then from there we're gonna say valid. So this one valid until, so when it is valid, so we're gonna say models. So models dot what? Date time. So date time field. Okay, so like that. So then from there you're gonna have the created at. So created at is equals to what? Models. So models dot what? Date time. So date time field like this. Then we're gonna say auto now add. So auto now add is equals to what? Gonna set it to true. So then gonna say create updated at, not created at. So updated at is equals to what? Is equals to models. So models dot what? Date time field. So date time field like that. Then you're gonna say auto now. So that time, so we're gonna set it to true. So then the next thing it is what? We need to have the meta. So you're gonna say class meta. So class meta here we do what? We need to define the DB. So the DB table. So the database table, we're gonna say what? Prescriptions. Okay, prescriptions like that. Then from there the next one is the ordering. So ordering is equals to what? Gonna pass the descending order of what? Created at. So then from there we need to have the string. So this is for the admin dashboard. For there. So gonna say self. Gonna pass self there. So then from there we're gonna return. What we need to return here is a string. So gonna say prescription. So prescription for. So then we do what? Self dot what? Self dot patient dot what? Full name like that. Then by who? By this doctor. So doctor this one. So we're gonna say self dot what? Consultant. So self dot consultant dot full name like that. So that is it. So now we have worked for that part. Okay, now we want to have the part for the appointment. We are going to be able to book the appointments. So we're gonna say class appointment. So we're gonna name it appointment. So then you're gonna say models dot what? Model. So models dot model. So here you're gonna do what? This one you're gonna say documentation string here. Gonna say scheduled. So scheduled appointments. Okay, so appointments between our patients. So patients and what? And consultants. Okay, and consultants like that. So then from there we're gonna have the status choice. So status choices is equals to what? Is equals to this list here. So we're gonna start with what? Pending. If the appointment is pending, here gonna say pending confirmation. So pending confirmation like that. Then from there you can do what? So you can have the confirmed. So confirmed like that. Then you're gonna do what? Gonna say confirmed. Then the next one it is what? We're gonna have the cancelled. So cancelled there. Then you're gonna say what? Cancelled. So cancelled like that. Then from there the next one is what? It is the completed. So completed like that. We're gonna name it what? Completed. So completed. Also now we need to have what? No show. So no show. Then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say no show. Okay, so then we put what? We put comma there, then we save it. So then after doing that, now we have the choices. So the first thing we need to have it is what? ID. So the ID, I'm gonna just copy this one. So we're gonna just copy even for the consultant. So I'm gonna copy all of this one, okay, up to here. So then I'm gonna come with it here, then I'm gonna paste it, but I don't need what? So I'm gonna remove this one like that. So I don't need the consultation, the call. So I'm gonna remove that one. So this one for the foreign key here we're gonna say what? Here we need to call the consultants. Okay, so we're gonna say consultants. So when you go to that one, gonna have the related name. So consultants, in the consultants we need to get what, that is gonna say consultant what, or consultant profile. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So then on delete it is cascade, and also now here gonna say what, we're gonna use the related name to appointments. Okay, so the same case we're gonna do for the patient. You just call the app name, so the app name, but this one you can just leave it to be the user. So then from there, the related name here, we're gonna say what, we're gonna say patient. So patient, then you say appointments. Okay, so then from there also, because we have used this one, the user, you just need to say the limit. We need to limit the choices to. So here gonna say the role. So the role here gonna make sure it's what, patient. Okay, you can either do either way, so which you feel it is good for you. Okay, so then, so this one it is complaining about what, this was not closed. So foreign key, so for the user there, so there's something that we have not yet closed. So oh yeah, so we need to have a comma here. Okay, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what, we need to come here. Now we need to have the appointment details. So we're gonna say appointment type. So appointment type, appointment type is equals to what, is equals to models. So models dot character field. So character field like this. Then we need to say maximum length. So maximum length here we're gonna have a value of 20. Then the choices, so the choices here, so we're gonna say what, the appointment. So did we create the appointment choices? So we need to create this one here. So we're gonna have what, we're gonna name it appointment. So appointment type. Okay, so the type, then gonna say choices. Okay, so this one gonna define the choices that we have. So either it's a video, audio, like that. Okay, in person. Okay, so video, so video, then from there I'm gonna say what, video consultation. Okay, so video consultation like that. Okay, then the next thing that we need to have it is what, audio. So the audio here gonna say what, gonna say audio consultation. So audio consultation, then from there the next one it is what, if it is in person, so in person, then from there gonna say what, gonna say in person. So in person visit. Okay, like that. Then you put that one there, so it looks like that. Okay, so then here for the choices, so the choices we're gonna use what, the appointment. So the appointment type choices, the default we're gonna have what, so the default here I want to have it as a video. Okay, so that is it. So then the next one it is the status. So the status here we're gonna say models. So models dot what, character field. So the character field here it is what, maximum length. So maximum length we're gonna say 20, and then choices. So choices gonna set it what, gonna say status. So the one that we created, status choices, and also the default. So the default here you want it to be what, gonna say we need it to be pending. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is for scheduling. So we're gonna say scheduled. So we're gonna say scheduled. So scheduled at what, so scheduled date, you're gonna name it scheduled date. So is equals to what, models dot date field. Okay, so date field like that. Then you do what, so we're gonna copy this one, then paste it there. Then instead of scheduled date, it is the scheduled what, time, at what time. Okay, so like that. So that's it. So then there we need to have the duration. So for the, so the duration that we want to, you have booked the appointment for how long. So gonna say models. So models, then you're gonna say use the positive integer. So the positive integer field, this one. So then here we need to have a default. So the default here to be what, 30 minutes. Then from there validators. So validators here, so the validators here gonna just have the minimum, gonna say minimum value So minimum value validator, so we're gonna pass a value of what? Minimum, it is 15 minutes, okay, not less than 15 minutes. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the reason and the notes, okay. So we're gonna say reason for visit. So this one can be general checkup, maybe the clinic and others, okay. So visit, so the reason for visit, you're gonna say models dot what? Models dot text field. So models dot text field, here gonna say maximum length. So maximum length here gonna say what? It will be 500. So then from there you're gonna have the patient notes. So patient notes is equals to what? Models. So models dot text field. So text field here gonna say blank. We're gonna blank is equals to what? We're gonna set it to true. And also for help text, so this one will be useful for what? For us in the, gonna say this is additional. So additional what? Information. So this is just for our admin part. So we're gonna say from patient, okay. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the consultation, okay. So we're gonna just copy this one, then I'm gonna paste it here. So this one will be what? The consultant notes, okay. So the consultant, so remember that one. Then this is what? These are the private notes for. So this one we're gonna say private notes for. So we say private notes for what? So we're gonna say private notes. So private notes from what? Consultant, okay, like that. So then from there, the next thing it is for the financial part. So we're gonna say consultation. So consultation fee is equals to what? Is equals to our models. So models dot what? Decimal field, okay. So decimal field, then we're gonna say maximum digits. So maximum digits, we're gonna pass a value of 10. Then from there, decimal, so decimal places, gonna have a value of 2. And then default, so default is equals to what? Is equals to 0.00, okay, like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do it is the payment. So the payment status is equals to what? Models. So models dot what? The character field. So then you're gonna have the maximum length. So the maximum length, it is 20. Then we need to have the choices. You can also define them if you want. So but I'm gonna pass them here, so as a list. So the choices that we need to have here, it is what? If it is pending, if it is not yet paid, then we're gonna say what? Pending. So pending, like that. Then from there we need also to have what? So to have the paid, when it is paid. So we're gonna say paid. So then gonna say what? Gonna say paid. Then we need also the one when it is refunded. So just refunded, gonna say what? Refunded, okay. So that's it. Then we need to have a default. So gonna say default. So default here is equals to what? Gonna make sure it's pending, okay. So like that. Then let us save it, so that organize it like that, okay. So then the next thing that we need to do, that is part for what? For payment status. So now we need to have the reminders and notifications, so which we're gonna handle later, so that we'll be able to send the reminders and what? Notifications. But we need to have these fields here, okay. So we're gonna say reminder sent is equals to, this one should be a boolean field. So boolean field, okay. So we're gonna say default. So default is equals to what? Is equals to false, okay. So then from there, the next thing it is the time. So the reminder sent time, sent at what? So sent at models. So models dot what? Date time field, okay. So date time field, then we're gonna pass null. So we're gonna pass null is equals to true, then blank is equals to true, okay. Blank is equals to true, okay. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the related call session. So this one, it is created when the appointment starts. So we're gonna say call. So call session is equals to what? Is equals to models. So models dot one-to-one field. Okay, so one-to-one. So one-to-one field. Then we're gonna say what? Call session. So call session. So this one should be related to call session. So call session. Okay, so like that. Okay, so then from there gonna say on delete. So when it is deleted, we just set to null. Okay, so we're gonna say models dot what? Gonna say set. So there we just need to set it to null, like that. Then from there we need to have null. So null is equals to true, and also blank. So blank here is equals to what? Is equals to true also. Then you're gonna have the related name. So related name is equals to what? Is equals to appointment. So appointment like that. So then from there we need to save it. So like that. So that is the part for what? For that one. So we need also to have the ones to handle the cancellation if we want to cancel the call or the consultation. So we're gonna say cancelled. So cancelled what? Cancelled by who? So here you're gonna say models dot foreign key. So foreign key here we do what? We just pass the user. So then on delete. So on delete, when the user is deleted, we need to set it to what? Gonna say models. So models dot what? Gonna set it to null. Okay, set null. So we're gonna say set null. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, it is for null. So null is equals to true, and also for what? For blank. So blank is equals to what? Is equals to true also, and also the related name. So related name, the related name here is equals to what? So here we need to set to the cancelled appointments. So appointments like that. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, just below this one, it is the cancellation reason, the reason that it was cancelled. So cancellation reason is equals to what? Models. So models dot what? Text field. So text field we're gonna say blank is equals to what? So blank is equals to true. Okay, the next thing that we're gonna do, it is cancel that. So cancel that. So when it was cancelled, so this one will be a date time field. So models dot date time field. So date time field. So we're gonna set null is equals to true. Gonna say true, and also we're gonna say blank. So blank is equals to what? Is equals to true. So like that. So I'm gonna save them. So then the next thing that we need to do is to have now the meta class. So we're gonna say class meta. So class meta here we're gonna say what? The DB table. So the DB table here, it is what? Gonna say appointments like that. Then we're gonna say ordering. So the ordering is equals to what? We're gonna say schedule that. Gonna say scheduled date. Okay, so scheduled date like that. Then we need also to have the scheduled time. So scheduled time like that. Okay, now the next thing, it is what? Indexes. So indexes here is equals to what? The list here. Then we're gonna have the models. So models dot index. So index. Then here what we need to do, we need to pass the fields. So the fields here, it is what? Gonna say consultant. So consultant. So then from there gonna say scheduled. So scheduled date like that. Okay, So then the next one, it is what? Models. So models dot index, then we do what? Gonna say fields. So fields here gonna do what? Gonna have the patient. So patient, then from there we need also to have the scheduled date. So scheduled date, like that. Then we need also to have the status, like that. So then after that we're gonna say models dot what? Index. So dot index, here we need to pass what? The fields. So the fields here gonna say what? Gonna say scheduled. So scheduled date. So scheduled date, also we need to have what? The scheduled time. So scheduled time, like that. Okay, so then the next thing, it is what? Models. So models dot index. So dot index, then we're gonna say fields is equals to what? Here you just need to have the status. Okay, so the status, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the unique together. So this one should be unique together. So I have a comprehensive course that we go through these things. So it's in Udemy, you can check it out. You'll be able to understand all these things if you are not familiar with them. Okay, so consultant. So then you're gonna say schedule that. So scheduled date, not at. So scheduled date, and also we're gonna schedule what? So scheduled time. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need now to come out of the meta class. So we need now to have the string. So the string here, gonna say what? Self. So self, like this. Then we need to return that string there. Then we're gonna say what? Gonna say self dot patient. So dot patient dot full name. So dot full name. So dot full name, then we do what? We need to say doctor. So doctor, then we're gonna say what? Self dot consultant. So consultant dot user dot full name. Okay, like that. So then from there, so now we need to have this one. So we're gonna say self dot what? So self dot scheduled date. We're gonna say scheduled date. Then we need to have a space. Then we need to do what? Self dot scheduled time. So scheduled time, like that. Okay, so that's it. Now we need to save it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the property. So at property. So at property, then you're gonna say what? Def scheduled. So scheduled date time. So date time, then you're gonna say self. So self, then we need to do what? We need to combine the date and time into date time. Okay, so the date time. So here gonna return. So we're gonna time zone. So time zone dot date time. So date time dot what? Combine on. Okay, so we need to combine it here. So we're gonna say what? We're gonna say self dot what? Scheduled date. Then from there, we need also to say self dot what? Scheduled time. Okay, so scheduled time. Then from there, we need to get the time zone. So we're gonna say time zone info. We're gonna say time zone. So time zone. So time zone dot get what? The current what? Time zone. Okay, like that. So that's it. So now the next thing that we need to do after that one, so that is the property. Now we need to have another property. So at property, here we need to do what? We're gonna define the end time. So end time, then we're gonna say self. So then from there, we can do what? We can say this one, we calculate the appointment end time. Okay, so this one we're gonna import here something. So we're gonna say date time. So date time, we're gonna import time delta. So time delta. So then from there, we're gonna say what? Start. So start is equals to what? Self dot scheduled. I say scheduled what? Scheduled date time. that one. So then from there we need to return the start. So the start, then we're gonna say plus, we need to add the time delta. So time delta here, we need to do what? We need to add the minutes. Okay, so the minutes, you're gonna say self dot what? Duration minutes. Okay, so duration minutes, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if it is passed. So we're gonna say property. So at property here, gonna say what? Def, gonna say is passed. Okay, so it's passed, then we're gonna pass self there. So then from there, this one will check if the appointment is in the past. So we need to return. So we need to return self dot what? Scheduled date time. So we need to check the scheduled date time if it is less than what? Time zone dot now. Okay, so time zone dot now. So if it is less than, it is just passed. Okay, so that is it. Now then we need also to have another property, so the one that can start. So we're gonna say at property. So at property here, gonna do what? We're gonna say def can what? We're gonna say can start. So this one automatically to start have the self. So this one will check if the appointment can be started. So that is within 15 minutes before. Okay, so that is what we need to do. We're gonna say now is equals to what? Is equals to time zone. So time zone dot what? Dot now. So then from there we need to do what? We need to have the start. So the start is equals to what? So the start is equals to self dot what? Scheduled. So scheduled date time, like that. Then from there we need to return. So here gonna say start. So then you're gonna start, then you need to subtract time zone. So time zone dot time delta. So time delta, then you need to subtract just 15 minutes so that it will be able to start there. Then so then from there 15 minutes, like that. Then we need to make sure it is what? Less than or equal to what? Now. And then less than or equal to what? Start. So start, then plus what? Gonna say time zone. So time zone dot what? Time delta. So time delta, time zone dot what? Time delta. So time delta, we need to import our time delta. So this one we should move it on top instead of having it here. So we're gonna come here. So we're gonna say what? Time delta. Okay, not here, not this one. So we need to paste it here. Then from there we need to just time zone, like that. Okay, we're gonna move that there. So then, so this one, where is it? So time delta here. So we need to add the time delta of what? So time zone dot time delta, time zone plus time delta. So time delta of what? Minutes. So minutes of what? 15 that minutes. Okay, like that. Okay, so then, so we hope that we are using the correct one. So time zone, or this one should not be like this. Okay, should be like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, it is the one that gonna clean the data we are getting. So the validated appointment booking, so we need to clean it. Okay, so we're gonna say def clean. So we're gonna pass self there. So this one, let me have a documentation string here. Then we're gonna say validate. So validate appointment booking. Okay, so we need to validate. We're gonna say if self dot scheduled date time. If the scheduled date time, this one, is less than time zone. So if it is less than time zone dot what? Dot now. If it is less than that, we need to raise a validation error. Okay, we don't want to book before that one. Okay, so we don't need to book the past. So validation error. So here can say cannot schedule appointments in what, in the past. Okay, so in the past, like that. So then from there we need to check the consultant availability. So as you remember, in our consultant we had that one. So we're gonna say from consultants. So from consultants dot models, we need to import our consultant availability, that one. So then here we need to say available, not available. We're gonna have the day of the week. So day of week is equals to self dot scheduled date. So scheduled date dot weekday. Okay, we need to check for that day. So weekday. So weekday like that. Then it's a method. So then from there, what we need to do, we need to get the available. So available. So available is equals to consultant availability dot objects. So dot objects. Then we need to filter. So to filter based on the consultant we get. So we're gonna say consultant is equals to what? Self dot consultant. So self dot consultant, like that. Then from there we need to get the day of the week. So day of the week, it is what? Gonna pass it to is equals to the day of the week. Okay, so when you check there, you're gonna be able to see this one there. So then from there, you're gonna have the start time. So start time. So start time. So we need to make sure it is less than. So we're gonna say start time dot what? Not dot. We're gonna use the underscore. Then less than what? Equal to self dot what? Scheduled time. Okay, so it should be less than or equal to scheduled time. Okay, scheduled time, this one. So then from there we need to have what? End time. So end time. Also we're gonna do greater than. So this one should be GT. So greater than, equal to, then self dot what? Self dot scheduled what? So scheduled time. So we are just checking it is just past that time, then it is able to do what? It is greater than or equal to the scheduled time. So we're gonna say is active. We're gonna get only the consultants who are active. Okay, availability, the availability, it is what? Active. Then we're gonna check if it exists. Okay, like that. So then after we do that, now the next thing that we need to do, now we have the available, this variable. So we're gonna say if we have if not available, if it is not available, so if it is not available, we just need to raise. Okay, so we need to raise the validation error. So the validation error, then you're gonna say what? Consultant. So consultant. So consultant is not what? Is not available. Okay, at this time. So that is it. Now the next thing, it is what? We need to have a method that will be used to confirm appointment. So we're gonna say def confirm. So gonna pass self there. Then we do what? Here gonna say self.status is equals to what? Confirmed. Okay, just need to, when this one it is called, we just need to make sure that it updates the status to confirmed. Then we need to save it. Okay, so then we can have the update feeds. So the update feeds here, it is what? Gonna pass what? Status. Okay, so status like that. Then we're gonna say updated at. So updated at. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one to cancel. So to cancel, you're gonna say def, gonna say cancel if it is cancel. So you're gonna self. So self, then you're gonna say cancelled. So we need to get the user. So cancelled. So cancelled by user. So then for the reason. Okay, so the reason is equals to current. You can pass an empty string there. So this one will cancel the appointment. So we're gonna say self dot what? Self dot status is equals to cancelled. Okay, just need to move it to cancelled, and then we do what? We're gonna say self.cancelled by. So cancelled by, so is equals to what? Is equals to the user that is passed there. Okay, cancelled by that user. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the reason. So self dot what? So self dot cancellation reason. Okay, so cancellation reason is equals to what? We're gonna say, we're gonna pass our reason there. So then the next thing that we need to do, cancel that. So we're gonna say self dot what? Cancel that. So cancelled at is equals to what? So is equals to time zone. So we're gonna say time zone dot now that time. So that dot now, like that. Then from there we need to save it. So save dot save. Then you're gonna have the update what? The update feeds. Okay, so the update feeds here gonna say status. So status, then we need to have cancelled by. So cancelled by what? By who? So then from there we need also to update the cancellation. So we're gonna say cancellation. So cancellation. So cancellation, did I spell it well? So cancellation reason, like that. Then from there you're gonna say cancelled. So cancelled at. Then from there you're gonna say what? Updated at, like that. Okay, so that's it. Now we need to save it. So like that. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one that gonna do what? Gonna create the call session. Okay, so here we need to do def, gonna say create. So create call what? Session. So this one methods, we're gonna use them in our services, so and other places. Okay, so then create call session. So this one we create the call session when appointment starts. Okay, so we're gonna say if self dot what? If self dot call session, if that one, if it is there, if it is already there, we just need to return that call. Okay, so self dot call session. Okay, that's it. So then if it is not there, we just need to create it. So session ID is equals to what? To the string UUID. So UUID, then you're gonna UUID 4. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to have the call session. So the call session is equals to what? Gonna say call session dot objects. So dot objects dot create. Okay, we just need to create it there. So here gonna have the session ID. So session ID is equals to what? Our session ID, the one is there. Then from there we need to have what? We need to have the consultant. So the consultant. So the consultant here is equals to what? Is equals to self dot consultant. So the consultant dot what? Dot user. So then from there we need to have the patient. So the patient here gonna pass the self dot patient, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is the call type. So the call type, so we need to check if it is video. So gonna say if self dot what? Appointment type. So if video, so appointment type is equals to what? Is equals to video. Else you're gonna do what? Gonna pass, else it will be audio. Okay, like that. Then the next one is scheduled at. So scheduled at is equals to what? Gonna say self dot scheduled date time. Okay, so scheduled date time, like that. So then from there also you need to have a comma here. So we're gonna say the next one is the consultation fee. So the consultation fee is equals to what? Consultation fee here gonna say self dot what? Consultation. So consultation fee, like that. So then we need to have the status. So the status here, we're gonna have what? Initiated. Okay, that is what we need to update there. So that is that part for creating the call session. So now after doing that, now we need to have the call session. So we're gonna say self.call session. So self.call session is equals to what? Call session, our call session. Okay, the one that was created. Then we need to save. So we need to have the update feeds. So update feeds here, we need to update what? The call session when we do like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do is just to return our call session. Then we use it somewhere else. So then from there, we need to have the method to mark the appointment as completed. So we're gonna say def, we're gonna say mark completed. So mark completed, then you're gonna say self. So here we need to do what? So mark completed, here we need to say self.status. So self.status here, gonna pass it to what? Completed. Okay, so we're gonna say self.save. So the update feeds here, so it will be what? It will be a list. Then you're gonna say status. So then also gonna say updated at. So then from there we need to update the consultation count. Okay, so just say self. So self dot what? Consultant. So consultant. So self dot consultant there. Then you're gonna say what? Increment. So increment what? Increment consultation. So consultation count. Okay, that's it. That is the part for what? For appointment. Okay, so the next one, it is the one that gonna handle the slots that are available for appointment. So we need to handle that one. So now before we go to the part for appointment slot, so someone might be asking, why do we have this one, increment consultation count? Yeah, so the reason why we have that one, it's because we have it in what? In our models for consultant. When you come here, so here in our consultant, where is it? So this one. So as you remember, in our profile here, we created this one, increment. So remember this one, increment what? The consultation count. Okay, so that's why we are calling it in our what? In our consultation here. Okay, so because when you come also in our what? Where was it? In our here. Okay, when we did a call, we used to increment this one, so we get it from there. So that's it. So now after we do that, now you're able to know where you're getting that one. So then the next thing that we need to do now, it is the one that gonna, the model that gonna have what? The available time slots for booking. Okay, so we're gonna say class. So class, we're gonna name it appointment. So appointment slot. Okay, so this one gonna take models. So models.model, like that. Then here we're gonna have a documentation string. So we're gonna say available. So available time slots for booking. Okay, so for booking, then we're gonna say what? So we need to come here. So the first thing that we need it is to have what? Consultant. So because we are going to get from the consultant is equals to what? Is equals to models. So models, then you're gonna call what? Foreign key, because it's a foreign key. So here the relationship here, gonna pass what? Console. So consultants. So the name consultants, it is this one. And then now we need to get what? We're gonna get the consultant profile. Okay, so the model consultant profile, like that. Okay, so then from there, you're gonna say on delete. So on delete, we just need to cascade. So we need also to delete the slot. Okay, so we're gonna say cascade. So cascade, like that. So then from there, the next one, it is what? the related name, so is equals to what? Available, so available slots. Okay, so we need to save that one. So then the next thing that we need to do after we have the consultant, so now we need to have the date. Gonna say date, so the date is equals to what? Models, so models dot date field. Okay, so like that. Then from there we need to have the start time, so start time is equals to what? Models, so models dot what? Time field, so we're gonna say time field like that. Then also we need to have what? The end time, so the end time is equals to models, so models dot what? Time field. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna check if it's available, so it's available here. Gonna say models, so models dot what? Boolean field, so boolean field we're gonna say default is equals to true, like that. And also I'm gonna copy this one for it's available. So these ones are just for checking whether the slot it is available or not. Okay, the time slots, and also for booking them. Okay, so gonna say blocked, so by default here gonna set it to false. Okay, so then the next thing it is what? Created at, so created at gonna say models dot what? Date time field, so date time field. Then you're gonna say auto now add, so auto now add this one, we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we do, so the next thing that we do here, we need to have the class meta, so the meta class, so db table is equals to what? Is equals to appointment, so appointment slots. Okay, so then from there we need to have the unique together, so unique together, like that is equals to what? So this one we're gonna have it as a list like this, so consultant, so consultant also the date. So these are the things that they should be unique for every consultant, so like start time. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need it is the indexes, so this one is good for performance. So here we need to do what? We need to say models dot index, so models dot index. Then you're gonna say the fields, so the fields here it is what? Consultant, so consultant. Then you're gonna say date, and also we do what? Then you're gonna say it's available, like that. Okay, now we need to save it like that. So then from there we need also to have the one for our database, so def string, so we pass self there. So then from there we need to do what? We need to return, gonna say doctor, so doctor. Then you do what? So doctor, then you do self, so self dot consultant, so consultant dot user, consultant dot user dot what? Dot full name. Okay, dot full name there. Then from there the next thing it is what? We need to have a hyphen there. Then we do self dot what? Date. Then from there we need to have a gap. Then you're gonna say what? Self dot start time, so start time, like that. Then you need to have what? Hyphen also, so you can have a hyphen there. Then we say what? So let us have two there. Then we do what? We say self, so self dot what? End time. Okay, so end time, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, now we have worked for those models, so the next models that we need to handle is for the payment, so that we're gonna have the payment models first. Okay, before we go to do the migration and other things. Okay, So we had the payment here. So remember we added this one. So gonna remove this one. So then what we need to do first of all is to have the imports. So we're gonna say from django.db, we need to import what? We need to import models. Okay. So then from there, we're gonna say from django.contrib. So django.contrib.auth, we need to import what? We need to import get user. I say get user model. Okay, like that. Then from django.utils, we need to import time zone. So time zone. Then from there, we're gonna say from Django. So from django.core.validators, we need to import what? The minimum value validator. Okay, so then we need to import UUID. So then from there we need to define our user. So initialize our user. Here gonna say get user model, like that. Okay, so then here we're gonna say class, gonna name it payment. So payment, here gonna say models.model. So here we need to do what? We need to say the payment records for appointments. Okay, so gonna say payment records for what? Appointments. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is to define the payment. Gonna say payment method. So payment method choices. So payment method choices is equals to what? So here gonna say card. So card, then we're gonna name it what? Gonna have the credit. So gonna say credit. So credit stroke debit. So card. Okay, so these are the things that you can use to make payments. So the next one, it is what? PayPal. Even though we want to implement for PayPal here, so then we're gonna say PayPal. So PayPal, like that. Then from there we need to do what? We need to say insurance. Even this one we want to implement, we're gonna leave it, we're gonna implement it later. So insurance. Then from there we're gonna say wallet. So the wallet, we're gonna implement this one. So we're gonna say wallet balance. So wallet balance, like that. Okay, so that's it. Now the next one, it is what? Now we need to have the status choices. So the status choices is equals to what? It's equals to the list. So we're gonna say pending. So pending, there we're gonna say what? Pending. So then from there, the next one, it is what? Processing. So processing, like that. Then we're gonna say what? Processing. So then from there we have what? We have the completed. So completed, then you're gonna say what? Completed. Okay, so completed, like that. Then we need to have what? We need to have the failed. So failed, then you're gonna do what? Failed, like that. Then from there we need to say refunded. So refunded, here we do what? We're gonna say refunded. Okay, like that. Then we need to save it. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the ID. So just come here and you say what? ID is equals to what? Models. So models.uuid feed. Then we're gonna say the primary key. So this one we're gonna set it to true, and the default. So default here is equals to what? uid.uuid4. Okay, like that. Then we need to make sure it's not editable. I'm gonna set it to false. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the appointment. So the appointment that is being paid is equals to models. So models.1-to-1. Okay, so 1-to-1 field. So we're gonna say what? Consultations. So consultations dot what? Dot appointment. Okay, so remember we have created that one. So then from there we need to have on delete. So on delete. So on delete, here we're gonna say what? Models. So when the appointment it is deleted, we need to cascade. Okay, we need to remove it, like that. So then from there we need to have the related name. gonna say related name, so this one will be used most of the time, so remember that one also. So null is equals to what? Is equals to true. Then we're gonna have blank, so blank here, so blank here is equals to true. Okay, like that. So let me save it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have for direct consultation, we need to have a payment method. Okay, so the one without the appointment. Okay, we're gonna have the call session, so we're gonna give it that name. So we're gonna say models, so models dot what, one to one field. Okay, so this one will be consultations, so consultations like this dot what, call session. Okay, like that. Okay, so then from there gonna say on delete, so on delete here gonna say models, so models dot what, cascade. Okay, models dot cascade. So then from there gonna say the related name, so the related name here is equals to what, gonna say direct, so direct payment. Okay, so this one will be used when you want to make a direct call, so gonna set it to true for null, and also for blank gonna set it to true. So now the next thing it is what, we need to save this one. So the next thing that we need it is for the patient, to get the patient who is paying, so we're gonna say models, so models dot what, foreign key. Okay, so then we're gonna pass the user there. Then we're gonna say on delete, we need to do what, models dot, so models dot cascade. Okay, so cascade, so models dot cascade. Then from there gonna have the related name, so the related name here is what, payments. Okay, so then from there we need to come here below, so then we need to have the what, the amount, so the amount that is being passed, so we're gonna say models, so models dot what, decimal field. Okay, so decimal field here gonna have the maximum digits, so the maximum digits, so the maximum digits here it is 10, and also the decimal places, so decimal places be 2. Then we need to have validators, so the validators here to be what, gonna say the minimum value validator, so here you need to have a value of what, 0.1. Okay, just make sure that it's not less than that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the payment method, the method that was used to pay. So payment method, we're gonna say what, models, so models dot character field, so character field, then you're gonna say maximum length, so maximum length is equals to what, is equals to 20. So then gonna say choices, so choices is equals to what, our payment method choices. So then the next one it is the status, so the status here is equals to what, models, so models dot character field, so the character field here gonna say maximum length, so maximum length you're gonna do 20. Then we need to have the choices, so the choices here gonna pass our status. Okay, so the status choices like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a default, so the default here gonna have what, as a pending. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the payment gateway, so the payment gateway gonna say transaction ID, because we'll be using Stripe. So the reason why we need the transaction ID, because you don't do it in our system, so we need just those IDs. Okay, so this one will be a character field, so character field here gonna say maximum length, so maximum length here is equals to 255 characters. Then unique, so unique here gonna set it to true. Then null can be null, so we can set it to true. Then blank, so blank here gonna set it to what, to true. Okay, so that's it. So now after you have done that, now we need to have the payment gateway response, so payment gateway, so gateway gateway response. So gateway response is equals to what? Models. So models dot what? JSON field. Okay, so JSON field by default here we can have it as what? As dictionary, then blank. So blank we can set it to true. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, so that one we handle either it's a master. We need now to have the card payment feeds. So the one that we're gonna say card last four. So last four is equals to what? Models. So models dot character field. So character field here gonna say maximum length. So maximum length here it is what? 4. And also you need to have blank. Blank is equals to what? To true. So then we need to have the card brand. So brand. So if either it's a MasterCard, Visa, and others. Okay. So models dot what? Models dot character field. So then you're gonna say maximum length here it is what? Gonna have 20. And also blank we can set it to true. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the refund info if there is any refund. So we're gonna say refund. So refund info, so not info, refund amount. So this one is equals to what? Models. So models dot decimal field. So decimal field, so we're gonna have the maximum digits. So maximum digits here it is 10. And then decimal places. So decimal places is equals to true. Then null we can set it to true. So null is equals to true. Let me remove that. So then from there the next we can set it also to be blank. This one, if it is null, we can also have it as a blank. We need to set it to true, like that. Then the next one, it is for the reason for refund. So gonna say refund reason is equals to what? Is equals to models. So models dot what? Text field. So text field, then you're gonna say blank is equals to what? Blank is equals to true. Then from there we need to have also the refunded at. So refunded at is equals to what? Gonna say models dot date time. So date time field, then you're gonna say null, gonna set it to true. So we're gonna set it to true. And also blank is equals to what? So blank is equals to true also. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the metadata. So we're gonna say metadata. So metadata is equals to what? Is equals to models. So models dot what? JSON field. Okay, so JSON field there, then you're gonna say default. So the default here, you want it to be a dictionary. So then from there we're gonna say blank. So blank is equals to what? Is equals to true. So then from there we need to have the created at. So created at is equals to what? Models. So models dot datetime field. So datetime field, then we're gonna say auto now add. So auto now add, gonna set it to what? Gonna set it to true. So like that. Then the next one, it is what? Updated at. So updated at, we're gonna say models. So models dot what? Date time. So date time field, like that. Then we're gonna say auto now. So auto now, we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so then from there we need to have the completed at. So completed at. Okay, so this one will be models dot what? Models dot date time. So date time field, then we do what? Null is equals to true. So then from there you can have blank. So blank is equals to true. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the meta class. So we're gonna say class meta. So class meta here we need to do what? Gonna db table. So db table here is equals to what? Is equals to payments. Okay, so then from there we need to have the ordering. So ordering is equals to what? So is equals to the decreasing order of what? Created at. Okay, created at. So then from there we need to have the indexes. So indexes here is equals to what? Is equals to a list. So then we're gonna say models. So models dot index. So dot index here gonna have the feeds. So the feeds here gonna have it is for patient. So patient with the status there. So then the next one is what? Models dot what? Models dot index. So dot index, then we're gonna say feeds. So feeds here gonna say what? Transaction. So transaction ID, like that. So we have it like that. Then we need to have the models dot what? Index. So model dot index, you're gonna say feeds. So feeds here gonna have what? Gonna have the status. So status, then also we need to have created at. So we need also created at. So created at, like that. Okay, so then the next one, it is what? Gonna say models dot index. So models dot index, then we're gonna say what? Feeds. Here we need to have what? Appointment. Okay, so appointment, like that. So then we do it like that. So the next thing that we need to do now, we need to have the our string here. So remember, it's underscore string. So that is it. Now we need to return. Then we're gonna say what? Gonna say payment. So payment, then we pass the self dot what? ID. Okay, so then we need to have a hyphen there. Then we do what? We use the dollar sign. Then we pass the self dot what? Amount. So amount, like that. So then we need to have a gap. Then we do what? Gonna say self dot status. That is what we want. Okay, so it's gonna look like that. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to have a method to mark as a completed payment. So gonna say def, gonna say mark completed. So completed. So this one we just mark them completed. Okay, so gonna get the transaction ID. So transaction ID. Then from there gonna say card info. So card info is equals to what? By default we can have it as none. So then, so that one can miss. So then from here gonna say mark payment as what? Payment as completed. Okay, so here we do what? So what we need to do, it is just to say self dot status. So dot status here to just be what? Gonna say completed, like that. Then we need to have the self dot what? Transaction ID. So this one we get it, we're gonna say transaction ID, the one that will be passed there. Then we need to say completed that. So completed that, we're gonna say time zone dot what? Time zone dot now, like that. Okay, so that is that part. Now we need to do some field checks. We're gonna check if you have the card info. So we're gonna say if you have the card info, so just do self dot what? Self dot last. So we want the last 4. So the card last 4 is equals to card info dot what? Get from the card info. So card info, then you need to get the last 4. Get, then we do what? We say the last 4. So the last 4 here we do what? Then if it's not there, just pass an empty string there. Then also we do what? We do the self dot card brand. So which is equals to card info dot what? Dot get. So dot get here, then we say brand. Okay, like that. If it is not there, just pass an empty string there. Then we need to save. So self dot save. So self dot save, then we do what? We have the update feeds. So the update feeds here gonna say what? Status. So status, then you're gonna say transaction ID. Transaction. So transaction ID there. Also we need to update the completed at. So completed at. Also we need to have the card last 4 there. Then also we need to have what? The card brand. So card brand, like that. Then from there we need to have what? Updated at. Okay, so that's it. So let me save it like that. Okay, so make sure yours also look like that. Then we need to update the appointment payment status. So we're gonna say if self.appointment, this one, we're gonna say self.appointment. So self.appointment payment status, in the appointment we have that one, we're gonna pass it as paid. Okay, then from there we need to say self.appointment. So self.appointment what, we need to save it. Okay, so we need to have the update fields. So update fields, so the update fields that want to update here is what, we're gonna update the payment. I say it's a list, so we're gonna pass what, payment. So payment status, and also we need to updated at. Okay, so that's it. Then from there, so the appointment, it is what, here we are in our appointment, this one. So now we call what, this one, this model which we created here in our consultation. So where is it, our consultation here. So when you come to the appointment, you have what, you have that place for payment status. Okay, so this one. Okay, so this one gonna hold that information where it is paid, refunded, pending, others. Okay, so like that. So that one we update here, where we say what, we make sure that it is saved. Okay, so then from there, the next method that we need to have, it is for mark as failed. So we're gonna say mark as failed. So if the payment fails, we're gonna mark it. So self, then we need to do what, to have the reason. So reason here is equals to what, so by default we're gonna have an empty string there. So this one we mark the payment as failed. We're gonna say self.status. So to mark it failed, you just pass that one. Okay, so you just check that one. Then we're gonna say if we have reason, so you have reason, we just say self.payment gateway response, this one. So the response we're gonna get, we're gonna say failure. So failure reason. Okay, like that. So is equals to the reason. Okay, so then from there, we need to save it. So self.what, so self.save. So to save here, we're gonna say update feeds. So the update feeds here, we need to update the status. Also we need to have the payment gateway. So payment gateway response. Okay, so then from there we need to have what, updated at. Okay, that is what we need to update. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, so we need to have the one that we process the funds. So we're gonna say def. So we're gonna say process. So process refund, not the fund. So refund, to refund. So we're gonna say self.what, self, not dot. So we're gonna say amount. So we're gonna say amount. So amount by default here we're gonna have none, and also reason is equals to empty here. Then we do what, so this one we just process the refund. So we're gonna say refund amount. So refund amount is equals to what, is equals to the amount that is passed here, or self.what, so self.amount that we have already, the one that was passed, so the one that was paid. So we're gonna say self.what, self.status. So self.status here to be what, refunded. Okay, so refunded, like that. Then we need to have the self, so self.refund amount. So we're gonna pass the refund amount, which either come from the request or the one that was paid. So self.what, the next one is the refund reason. So the refund reason is equals to what, is equals to the reason that will be passed here, or an empty one. So then self.refunded, So refunded at, so is equals to time zone dot what, time zone dot now. Okay, so then from there you're gonna say self dot save. So self dot save, so here you're gonna say update feeds. So the update feeds that we need to update is it is what, status. Also we need to update the refund, so refund amount. So then from there we need to have the refund reason. Okay, so also we need to have what, refunded at, so refunded at, then we're gonna say updated at, like that. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to update the appointment. Okay, so that appointment that was cancelled, so we're gonna say self dot appointment. So self dot appointment, here gonna say what, self dot appointment dot appointment, then the payment status. So the payment status is equals to what, gonna say it is refunded, like that. Okay, then we do self dot appointment dot save. Okay, we need to update it, so we're gonna say the update feeds. So update feeds is equals to what, so this one will be gonna say payment status, like that. Then we need to have what, updated at. So that is it. Now after you have done that, now we need to have the transaction for our wallet. Now for our user wallet, so we need to have it here. So class, so wallet what, wallet transaction, so transaction, so this one, we're gonna say models dot what, dot model. So then here we need to say this one, gonna say user, so user wallet, so user wallet for storing what, storing credits. Okay, like that. So then after we do that, we need to have the transaction. So transaction, so transaction type choices is equals to what, so this one will be a list. So the list you're gonna say what, credit, so credit, then from there you're gonna say what, credit, so credit, then from there we need to have what, to have the debit. So then you're gonna say what, debit, so debit, from there we do what, we do refund, so refund, then we're gonna say what, refund. Okay, so refund. So then from there we need to come below this one. Now we need to have the ID, so the ID are gonna just copy this one. So instead of typing it, just need to copy this one, then we use it where, we use it here, so like this. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the wallet. So the wallet is equals to models, so to models dot what, we're gonna use the foreign key. So later we're gonna create the user wallet, so the user wallet, because this is what we're gonna use to make the payment. So then you're gonna say on delete, so on delete, so when the user wallet it is deleted, we need to also delete this data. Okay, so we're gonna use cascade. So then from there the next thing that we're gonna have, it is the related name. So the related name here gonna say what, transaction, so transaction, so transactions, like that. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, it is the transaction type. Transaction type is equals to what, we're gonna say models, so models dot character field, so character field here gonna say maximum length, here it is what, gonna have a value of 20. Then we need to have the choices, so choices here to be what, transaction, so the transaction, so the transaction what, the transaction type choices, like that. Okay, so then the next thing, it is the amount. So the amount here, it is models, so models dot what, decimal, so decimal field, like that. Then you can say maximum digits, so maximum digits here it is what, 10. And also we need to have the decimal places, so decimal places, so for the decimal places we use what, 2. So then also we need to have the balance, so balance after, okay. So balance after is equals to what? Models. So models, then we're gonna say decimal field. So decimal field here, then we're gonna say maximum digits. So maximum digits. So maximum digits, then we're gonna have a value of 10. Then from there we're gonna have the decimal places. So decimal places, we're gonna have a value of 2, okay. So then from there, the next thing that we need to it is the description. So we're gonna say description. So the description here to be what? Models dot what? Models dot character field. So the character field, then we do what? We're gonna say maximum length. We're gonna say 255, like that, okay. So the next one is the reference. So the reference. So the reference is equals to what? Is equals to models. So models dot character field. So character field maximum length. So maximum length, it will be 255, and also this one can be blank. Gonna set it to true. So then the next thing that we need it is the payment. So the payment here, so the payment for our wallet. So we're gonna say what? We're gonna say models. So models dot foreign key. So foreign key. So the foreign key here we do what? Here we need to call the payment. So our payment model there, then we need to have what? On delete. On delete. So on delete here, then we do what? We're gonna say models. So models dot set null, okay. When it is deleted, we just set null here. Also from there, for null, you can set it to true, and also blank. So blank here, you can set it to true also. Then also we need to have the related name. So the related name. So related name is equals to what? Is equals to wallet. So wallet transactions. So wallet transaction. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the created at. So we're gonna say created at is equals to what? So models dot what? Models dot datetime field, okay. So then we need to say auto now add, okay. Auto now add, we're gonna set it to true. We want it to be created once, okay. Then from there we need to have the class meta. So we're gonna say class meta. So for the class meta here, we need to have the database table. So the database table here, it will be what? Wallet. So wallet transactions. So wallet transactions. Then from there we need to have the ordering. So the ordering here, we need to have it like created at in the descending order. So created at. So then from there, the next thing it is the indexes. So the indexes is equals to what? Is equals to, here we're gonna say models. So models dot index. So then we do what? We do the fields. So we do the fields is equals to what? Is equals to wallet. So wallet with what? Created at. Created at. So now we need to have that comma. So we're gonna say models dot index. So then we're gonna say fields. So fields here is equals to what? Is equals to the transaction type, okay. Transaction. So transaction type. So after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, as usual, it is our what? Our string, okay. Outside that one, so def string, then we pass self there. So then here we do what? We need to return. We need to return here the string. So we're gonna say self. So self dot what? Wallet. So self dot wallet dot full name. So dot full name. Then from there we need to have a hyphen there. Then we do what? Self dot transaction. So transaction type, like that. Then also we need to have the amount, okay. So we're gonna say self dot what? Self dot amount. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, now we need to create the user wallet. So the one that will be responsible for, that will be holding the wallet information for what, for our user. So we're gonna say class user wallet. So we're gonna say models.model, like that. Okay, so this one we're gonna say user wallet balance. Okay, so user wallet balance. Okay, so here what we need to do, we're gonna say user is equals to models. So models dot one to one, so one to one field, so with our user model. So on delete, so on delete here we're gonna set it to models. So models dot what, cascade. So then from there we need also to have the related name. So the related name is equals to what, is equals to wallet. So then from there the next one, it is what, the primary key. So the primary key gonna set it to true. Okay, so then from there we need to have a balance. So the balance, so this one will be handling the wallet. So the balance here is equals to what, models. So models dot what, decimal field. So decimal field, so here we need to have the maximum digits. So the maximum digits here, so maximum digits is 10. Then decimal places, so the decimal places here, it will be what, so decimal places we want to just have 2, and also for the default is equals to what, 0.0. Okay, so then validators, so validators is equals to what, so validators is equals to minimum value. So minimum value validator. Okay, so then from there you're gonna do what, 0.0. so that's it. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here just below this one, then we say created that. So this one will be what, models dot date time. So currently you might not understand why we have this one, but later you will understand. Auto now add, so is equals to what, gonna set it to true. Okay, so then we need to have the updated that. So updated that is equals to what, models dot what, date time. So date time, so date time field, so date time field, then we're gonna say auto now. So auto now is equals to true. So then after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, it is now to have the class meta. So we're gonna say class meta. So here we're gonna say db table is equals to what, gonna say user wallets. Okay, so then from there we need to have what, we need to have now the string. So def string, so then we do what, pass self there, and now from there we do what, we need to return string of what, so we're gonna say string, so we're gonna say self dot user dot full name. So dot full name there. So then we do what, we have an hyphen there, then we do dollar, the amount here. Okay, I'm gonna say self dot balance. Okay, so gonna say balance. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, now we need to have the method that will be called to when you want to add the funds. So we're gonna say def add funds. So add funds here we're gonna say self, so self, then we're gonna say amount, and also description. So description here is equals to what, is equals to, gonna say added what, added funds. Okay, so then from there the reference, so the reference is equals to what, to an empty string there. So this one gonna say, let me have a documentation string here, then gonna say add funds to wallet. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to call the, we're gonna use the transaction to make sure that it is complete. but if it fails, we don't want to do any update. Okay, so we're gonna say from django.db, we need to import what? Transaction here. Okay, so like that. So gonna say with the transaction, so with the transaction.atomic, okay, to make sure that everything is updated. So we're gonna say self.balance. So self.balance. So self.balance here, we need to add the new what? Gonna say add the amount first, then from there we need to save it. Okay, so we need to save. Gonna say save. So the update feeds, that we want to make sure they are updated, it is the balance. So the balance, and also what? Updated at. Okay, updated at. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to use the wallet transaction. So we're gonna say wallet. So we're gonna say wallet transaction.objects. So .objects.create. Okay, we need to create this one. So .create. So the wallet. So the wallet here, it is what? Self. The self there, then transaction type. So transaction type is equals to what? Is equals to credit, like that. Then from there we need to have the amount. So the amount, it will be the amount, and also the balance after. So balance after, we're gonna say what? Self dot what? Balance. Okay, so after we add the amount, so then from there you're gonna say description. So description here, it will be what? It will be our description, the one that is passed here, that is the add funds. Then from there we need to do what? We need to have the reference. So the reference, so the reference here, it is what? Reference. Okay, so reference, like that. Okay, so let me save it. So then from there, the next one, it is what we need to do, it is to deduct funds. So which I'm gonna copy this one. Okay, so we're gonna just copy this one. It's the same, but you just subtract. Okay, when you are using it, so just need to make sure that you assign that one. So here we won't call it add funds. Here we're gonna say what? Deduct funds. Okay, so just come here. So we're gonna say deduct funds there. Okay, we pass the description here. So then we're gonna, for the description here, it will be what? It will be payment. Okay, so that is payment. Then also we need to pass what? The payment here. Okay, so payment is equals to what? Is equals to none, like that. Okay, so this one will deduct funds. So we're gonna say deduct. So deduct funds from what? From wallet. Okay, from wallet. Then from there, first of all, here we do what? We need to check. First of all, we need to check if self.balance, if self.balance, it is less than the amount that is being deducted, we need to raise. So this is when you are using to make payments with our wallet. So we're gonna say insufficient. So insufficient wallet balance. Okay, like that. So then the next thing, that is it. So here for the balance here, we need to do what? We need to subtract. Okay, so we don't need to add it. Then we need to update the balance and also the updated. Okay, so then the transaction type here to be what? A debit. So but for the wallet it's the same, the amount the same, balance after the same, then the description, and also for the reference, now we need also to add the payment. So the payment here to be our payment there. Okay, like that. So we do it like that. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need the part for the what? For the refund. Okay, so for the refund it will be the same like this one. So the refund, if we are refunding to our what? So let me copy this one to our user. So just need to come here and then we paste it there. So we're gonna pass the amount. Then for the description here it will be what? It it will be a refund. So for the reference like that, for the payment that, then from there, so here we don't need to check whether we have what, the balance. Okay, so now for the refund, so we need to have it as a refund to what, to wallet. Okay, so we just need to return to that wallet. Okay, so from DB, then we need to make sure transaction there. So the amount here, we just need to add it again. Okay, so then we update the balance, and also for that, then for the transaction type here, it is what, refund. So that is it. Now we have this one like this. Okay, so make sure that you have the models like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, now we need to first of all to do what, to do the migration. So we need to come to a terminal. So it is complaining about no module named what, payments. So we need to make sure that, so let us come back to our code. So where we have what, the payments, let us come here to our settings.py. So this one should be payment like that. Okay, not payments. So now we need to do what, we need to come back to our terminal. So also you have that one for the UID4. So let us come back. So that is in what, it is complaining in what, so it is in the call session. So we need to come to our call session. Where is it? So where we have the consultation. So here, so we have what, call session. So these are just the typos, so the ones that we need to solve before we continue. So this is UID. Okay, UUID. Okay, like that. Make sure it looks like that. So, and also for the indexes like that. So now we need to check whether you have another one. So just need to come to our terminal. Oh, now it's okay. Okay, so now we need to close it first, then we need to do Python as usual, the way we do Python manage.py. We need first of all to make migrations. So migrations for payment. So we can start with the appointment. Is it appointment? Consultations. Okay, so consultations, so it has created that one. Then we need also for the payment, so we're gonna say payment. So you can see it is like that. Then we need to do what, we need to do the migration. So Python manage.py migrate. Okay, like that. So as you can see, we have this one, user wallets like that. So currently the reason why it was not able to do that, because in my database I had already done that one. So that's why it just said that one. Okay, but yours should not say like that. Okay, so just need to clear, then you do what, now we need to run our server. So make sure you do that. So now the thing that we need to do, now we need to start working on what, we need to start working on this, on the appointment part, so that the users will be able to do the appointment. So we're gonna come here first. The first thing that we need to do it is to work on our serializers. So serializers.py like that. Okay, so the first thing first, we're gonna have the imports. So we're gonna say from REST framework, then we need to import what, serializers. Then also from our models, so .models, here we need to import what, we need to import the call session prescription. Also we need to appointment. Also we need to have what, the appointment slot. Okay, like that. So then from there we're gonna say consultants. So consultants.serializers, we need to import what, so in our consultant serializers we need to import the consultant profile serializer. So profile serializer there. And also we need from REST framework.exceptions, we need to import the validation. validation error. Okay, so the first thing, because you're handling the appointment, we're gonna start with the appointment, then later we're gonna go to the part for calls. So for the calls, then later we're gonna go to what? Later we're gonna go to the prescriptions. Okay, so here gonna say class. So class, we're gonna say appointment slot. Gonna start with the slot serializer. So here gonna say serializers dot what? Model serializer. So here we need to say documentation string. Here gonna say serializer. So serializer for available appointment slots. Okay, so appointment slots. So then here we need to have the class meta. So here we need to have the model. So the model here we're gonna use what? We're gonna use our appointment slot. Okay, so appointment slot. Then from there, the feeds that we want to expose. So the feeds is equals to what? So here we need to have the ID. So ID, also we need to have the date. Also we need to have the start time. So start time, and also we're gonna have the end time. So also we're gonna have what is available. So is available. It's available like that. Then also we have there is what is blocked. Okay, it's blocked like that. So then I'm gonna save them. So after that, the next serializer that we want, it is the one that will be used for creating the appointments. So we're gonna say class appointment. So appointment create. So create serializer. So serializer, when I say serializers dot what? Model serializer. So when I say model what? Model serializer like that. So here we're gonna say serializer. So serializer for creating. So for creating appointments. Okay, so appointments. So then from there, so here gonna have the consultant ID, which we're gonna say serializers dot what? UUID field. Then we're gonna say write only. So write only. So write only. Then we're gonna set it to true. So then from there, we're gonna have the scheduled date. So scheduled date is equals to what? Serializer. So serializers dot date field. So date field, then we do like that. Then we need to have what? Scheduled time. So scheduled time. So scheduled time is equals to what? Serializers dot time field. Okay, so but if you're not familiar with this part for serializers in depth, so we have that course. It's 111 hours, so you can go and give it a try. So then you will enjoy. Okay, so we're gonna learn a lot there. So here we're gonna say model. So here it is our appointment. Okay, so the feeds that we want to expose, it is what? So first of all, you have the consultant ID, consultant ID. Then you're gonna say appointment. So appointment type. Then from there you're gonna schedule. So scheduled date. So then from there you're gonna have the scheduled time. So scheduled time like that. Then also you need to have the duration. So the duration minutes. So duration minutes. Then from there you're gonna have the reason. So reason for visit. So reason for visit, and also now the patient notes. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come outside of our class meta. So now we need to do the validate. So we're gonna say def validate. So validate here. So here we need to pass self and also the data. Okay, so you're gonna say, first of all, you're gonna say from Django. So from Django.utils. So from Django utils, we need to import time zone first. So import time zone. So time zone like that. Then we're gonna say from our consultants dot models, we need to import our consultant profile. Okay, consultant profile. So here we need to do a try. So try here, gonna say consultant. So consultant is equals to what? Our consultant profile dot objects dot what dot get. Okay, so we want to get what you need to get here. It is the ID. So the ID that we're gonna pass here, we want to get the ID from that one. So we're gonna say consultant. So consultant ID. Okay, so that is what we need to pass there from the data. So then from there we need to say it's verified. So it's verified, we need to set it to true, and also it's available. So it's available is equals to true. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, now we have the consultant, but if it does not exist, we need to say except the consultant. So the consultant profile does not exist. Okay, so for that user, so here we need to raise the serializers dot what validation. So validation error. So here you're gonna say what? Gonna say consultant. So consultant ID. So gonna say consultant. So consultant not found or unavailable, like that. Okay, so then after we do that, now we need to validate to make sure that the date that we are booking, it is not in the past. So we're gonna say scheduled. So scheduled date time. So date time is equals to what? We're gonna say time zone dot date time dot combine. So here we're gonna get from the data, we need to get the scheduled. So scheduled date, like that. So then from there you're gonna also get the date for the so you're gonna get the scheduled what? So scheduled time. Okay, so after that we need to get the time zone info. So we're gonna say time zone. So time zone dot get the current what? Get the current time zone, like that. Okay, so that one we do like that. So this one construct the date time from a given date, like that. Okay, so here we need to check. So for the date time, the one that we have created here, we need to check if the scheduled date time, if it is less than time zone. So time zone dot now. So if it is less than that time it is being booked, we need to raise the serializers. So serializers dot validation error. So we're gonna have the what? Gonna say scheduled. Gonna say scheduled. So scheduled date. So scheduled date cannot be what? So we're gonna say cannot book what? Cannot book appointments. So appointments in the past. Okay, in the past, that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? So where are we? There. So now the next thing that we need to do it is what? So we need to check for conflicts. So we're gonna say conflicts. So where maybe some have what? Already booked and others. Okay, so filter, we need to filter for the consultant. So the consultant here, we need to pass our consultant, so the one that will be passed. So then the scheduled time. So scheduled date. So scheduled date. So scheduled date here is equals to what? We're gonna get it from the data. We need to say scheduled. So scheduled date. So then from there we need to have the scheduled time. So scheduled time is equals to what? Date data. From the data we get what? The scheduled. So scheduled time. Okay, so that's it. then from there gonna get the status. So status in what? So we're gonna say in, so the status must be in this one, so pending, okay, so and confirmed, okay, confirmed. So we need to check that once. So if you have the pending and confirmed there, so but the first thing when you get this one, we look if we have the something like this one in that time, so we need to do what? So it simply means that time it is booked, okay. So we're gonna say if we have the conflicts, if it is true here, we need to raise, so we need to raise serializers. So serializers dot what? Validation error, so like this. Then we're gonna say what? Scheduled time. So scheduled time, because you don't want to book twice something the same time, okay. So we're gonna say this time slot is what? Is already booked, like that, okay. So then the next thing that we need to do outside that one, then we're gonna return what? The data. So that is only the validation that we are doing. So then the next thing that we need to do after that, now we need to have the one that gonna, so that is for creating. Now we need for the one that gonna get the info, okay, the consultation, the appointment information. So we're gonna say class, so class we're gonna say appointment, so appointment consultant, okay. So appointment consultant info serializer. So this one gonna say serializers dot what? Model serializer, like that. So here we're gonna get the full name. So full name is equals to what? We're gonna say serializers. So serializers dot character field. So then gonna say source. So source is equals to what? Is equals to user dot what? Full name, okay. So then we're gonna say read only. So read only is equals to what? We're gonna set it to true, okay. So the next thing, it is the specialization. So specialization so is equals to what? Serializers dot what? Character field, like that. Then you're gonna say source. So source is equals to what? Speciality. Gonna say speciality. So speciality dot what? Dot name, okay. So the reason why we have these ones read only, we are getting them from what? From our model for consultant profile, okay. So then gonna say profile picture. So profile picture here is equals to serializers. So serializers dot what? Dot image field. So like that. Then we're gonna say source is equals to avatar, okay. So then from there we need to have read only. So read only, so is equals to what? Is equals to true, and also allow null. So you can allow null here, gonna set it to true. So the reason why we have like speciality dot name, when you come to our consultants here in our model, so when you look for something like speciality, where is it? I think it is somewhere. Where is it? Let us check where we had created it exactly, okay. So this is where we have, so we have what? This name, okay. So we have the name like this, okay. So that is it. So now, so that's why we are getting that one, okay. So now we need to do what? We need to come back. So for then, where did we have the, where did we have it in the what? In our profile, did we create? Yeah. So now we had this one, the rated name for the specialty to our consultant, which is through that one, okay. Consultants, okay. So here in the serializers, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the class meta. So class meta here, gonna say from consultants. So from consultants we're gonna get models. We need to to import what? We need to import our consultant profile, which did we import it here? So let us check. Where is it? So no, we didn't. So just importing here to prevent the circular import. So for the model here, the ones that we're using, it is our consultant profile. So then from there we need to have the feeds. So feeds here is equals to, so because it's a list, we're gonna have the ID, we're gonna have the full name. So full name, also we're gonna have the specialization like that. Then we need to have the profile picture like that. Okay, so that is what we need to expose here for our consultant. Okay, so that is the consultant. So now the next one that we need to have, it is the full appointment serializer for what? For appointment. Okay, gonna say class, gonna say appointment. So appointment serializer. So then here gonna say serializers dot model serializer. Okay, so this one we're gonna have the consultant. So consultant is equals to what? Appointment what? Consultant info, this one serializer. So we're gonna say read only. So read only is equals to what? Is equals to true. So then from there we're gonna have the patient name. So the patient name is equals to what? Serializers dot what? Dot character field. So we're gonna say the source. So the source is equals to what? Is equals to the, we're gonna say patient. So patient dot what? Full name. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to have, it is a read only. So read only, gonna set it to true. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is the patient ID. So the patient ID, we're gonna do serializers. So now for the patient ID, we're gonna say serializers dot what? UUID field here, gonna say source is equals to what? Is equals to patient dot what? Dot ID. Okay, then we're gonna set it to read only. So read only is equals to what? Is equals to true. So the next one, it is the scheduled date time. So scheduled date time. So date time is equals to what? Serializers. So serializers dot what? Date time field. So date time field like this. So we need to have the read only. So read only is equals to what? Is equals to true, like that. Then the next thing that we need to is the end time. So end time is equals to what? Here we're gonna say serializers. So serializers dot date time field, like that. Then we're gonna say what? We're gonna set it to read only. So read only, gonna set it to true. So then the next thing that we need, it is what is passed. So we're gonna be able to track if it is passed. We're gonna use this one is serializers. Then gonna say boolean field. So boolean field, then we're gonna say read only is equals to true. Okay, so then from there we're gonna have what? We're gonna have can start. So can start is equals to read only. So we're gonna say boolean field. So boolean field here gonna say read only. So read only here gonna set to what? To true also. So then after doing that, now we need to have the call session. So call session is equals to what? Is equals to our serializers dot what? Serializer method. Okay, method field. So this one we're gonna create how to get the call session. Then for consultation fee, so consultation fee is equals to what? Serializers dot what? Decimal field. So decimal field like that. Then we're gonna say maximum digits. So we're gonna have 10, and also we're gonna have decimal places. We're gonna have 2, and also then we're gonna say coerce to string. Okay, so we're gonna set it to false. We don't want it to be converted to string. Okay, so then from there we're gonna have the class. So class meta. So here for the meta, we're gonna say model. So model is equals to what? Is equals to appointment. so is equals to appointment, and then we need to have the fields. So the fields here is equals to what? Is equals to ID. Then we need to have the consultant. So consultant, also we need to have the patient name. So patient name like that. Then we're gonna say patient ID like that. Also we need to have the appointment type. Appointment type. So appointment type like that. Then from there we need to have the status. Also we need to have the scheduled. So scheduled what? Date like that. Then we're gonna have the scheduled. So scheduled time. So then from there the next one, it is what? The end time. We're gonna say we're gonna start with the scheduled. So scheduled, as you remember, we created this one, date time like that. Then we're gonna have the end time. So end time, also we need to have the duration in minutes. So duration minutes. Okay, then from there we need to have the reason for visit. So reason for visit, and also we're gonna have the patient notes, and also we're gonna have what? The next one, it is what? We need to have the consultation notes, consultation. So consultation notes. Then from there the next consultation. So the next one, it is what? We need to have the consultation fee. So consultation fee, then we need to make sure it's in quotes like that. Then from there we need to have what? We need to have the payment status. So payment status like that. Then we need to have what? The reminder. So the reminder sent. Okay, and also gonna say is passed. So then from there gonna say can start. So can start. Also you can have the can what? Then the call session. So okay, call session here. Then we do what? Then we're gonna say cancellation. So cancellation reason. So then from there gonna say cancelled. So cancelled at. Then from there you're gonna have what? Created at. So created at like that. Let me save it. So make sure that yours also look like this, and also you need to be aware of what? Of the spelling. Okay, so that is the part that we need to do. Now we have this one for the method field, this one. So we need to create this method. Okay, so just outside the meta class. So just outside the meta class here, we need to do what? We need to define that method. Okay, so we're gonna say def, gonna say get, then we pass the call of the method call session. So call session, then here gonna pass self and also what? The object. Okay, so here we need to return the call session as string ID or none. Okay, so we're gonna say if object dot call session. So if object dot call session, if it is true, here we need to return the string. Okay, so the string of the object. So object dot call session dot what? Session ID. Okay, session ID. So else we're gonna return none. Okay, so that's it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the to representation, so that we're gonna be able to present the data the way we want it to be. So we're gonna say def, gonna say to representation. So this one, so instead of returning super here, so this one I'm gonna say data is equals to that. Okay, so just use that one. So we are just overriding. So we're gonna say what? So for the data we need to get the consultation fee. So before we send this one to the front end or to our client, so we're gonna say consultation fee, we need to make sure that we do what? We convert them. Okay, so here we need to convert it to make sure that data.get. So we need to make sure that we get the consultation fee. Then we do what? We make sure that it's a float there. So then from there, gonna say data, then we get the duration. So duration minutes. So duration minutes like that. We're gonna say what is equals to the integer. So integer gonna say data.get. So .get here gonna say duration. so duration minutes. So then from there, or if it is not there, just password, or we can password or that here. So then here for this one, what we need to do, we need to have or. So if it's not there, we don't need to return null, we need to return that one. Okay, so by default it could return null. Okay, so data here gonna say what for the patient notes. So patient notes, so the patient notes here gonna say is equals to. So here we need to say, so here we need to do what, here we need to get the data. So data dot get, so we get what, we get the consultation, not consultation, we're gonna get the patient notes. Okay, so patient notes. So if it is not there, just pass an empty string. Okay, so then from there we're gonna do the same for consultant notes. So consultant notes, like that. Then we do what is equals to data dot get. So what we need to get here is what, consultant notes, or, so we're gonna say or an empty string there. Okay, so then from there we're gonna have the data. So the data here gonna have the reason for, so reason for visit. So for visit we do what is equals to, we get the data dot get, so we get the reason. So reason for visit. Okay, so then from there, or we just pass an empty string there. So then from there, the next one, it is for cancellation reason. So if you have it, so then you're gonna say what, cancellation. So cancellation reason, like this. We need to say is equals to data dot get. Then what you need to get here is what, cancellation. So cancellation, so cancellation reason, so reason, like that. Then we're gonna do it. So if it is not there, just say or empty string there. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need also for the reminder sent. So data, gonna say the reminder, so reminder sent, like that. We're gonna say is equals to bool. So this one is a bool, so you need to make sure it's a bool. So gonna say data dot get, so dot get here. So then we're gonna get what, we need to get the reminder. So we're gonna say reminder sent. So then from there we need to do it. If it's not there, just pass false. Okay, by default. So then the next thing that we need to do, if it is passed, so we're gonna say is passed. If it has passed, so this one is equals to what, we're gonna say bool. So bool here gonna say data dot get, so we get is passed. So is passed, like that. Then by default we're gonna have what, false, if it's not there. So then also for the data, can what, can start here, we do what, so is equals to bool, like that. So then data dot get, then you're gonna get what, can start. Okay, so can start. So but if it's not there, just pass false. So that's it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we just need to return now that data, so the one that will be sent back to what, to our front end. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we have that one for handling our appointment, so the full serializer. So now the next one that we need to do for the serializer, for what, for updating. Okay, so we're gonna say class, so class appointment, so appointment serializer, appointment update, so appointment update serializer. So serializer, then you're gonna pass serializers. So serializers dot what, model serializer, like that. Then you do what, so this one will be used for updating, so the serializer for updating appointments. So here gonna say class meta, so class meta here gonna say model, so model here gonna use the appointment. Okay, so the appointment there, then the feeds. So the feeds here, the ones that will be updated, that they require to be updated here, it is what? First of all, it is the scheduled. So the scheduled date, then from there we need to have the scheduled. So scheduled, so we must make sure it's in the quotes. So scheduled what? So scheduled time. Also we need to have the duration, so duration minutes. So then from there we're gonna have the reason, so reason for visit, so reason for visit. Then from there we're gonna have the patient notes. Also from there we're gonna have what? Gonna have the consultant notes. Okay, so that is it. That is the part for that one. So the next thing that we need to do, first of all, to validate, gonna say validate. So validate like this. So gonna pass self and also the date. Okay, so now we need to validate the data that is what? That is sent here. So we're gonna say instance. So instance is equals to what? Is equals to self dot instance. Okay, so self dot instance like that. So then here gonna say what? We can't update if it is completed or cancelled appointments. So we're gonna say if instance. So if the instance here dot status, so gonna get the status. If it is in what? If it is in completed. So if it is in completed or even cancelled like that. So what we need to do, just need to raise, can't update this one. So we're gonna say serializers dot what? Validation. So validation error. So we're gonna say cannot. Okay, cannot update this one instance dot this one, so dot status like that appointments. Okay, so we don't do that here. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if the updating time. Now we need to check for conflicts. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do, gonna say if scheduled date. So scheduled date in what? It is in data, or in if the scheduled what? So scheduled time in what? In data. If we have this one, so now we need to check them. Okay, so we're gonna say scheduled, so scheduled date, so is equals to what? We're gonna get it from the data. So data dot get. So this one will get what we pass here, the one that matches this one, scheduled date. Then from there we're gonna say instance of what? So we're gonna say instance of scheduled what? Scheduled date. Okay, so that is it. Now the next one, it is for time. So we're gonna say scheduled time. So scheduled time. So time like that is equals to what? Is equals to date. So is equals to data dot get. So we get the scheduled. So scheduled what? Time. So then we're gonna say instance. So instance of what? Instance dot scheduled. So scheduled time. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to check for conflicts from the data we get. So conflicts is equals to, so we're gonna say appointment. So appointment dot objects dot filter. We need to filter. So we need to filter this one. So first of all, we're gonna get the consultant. So consultant is equals to our instance. So instance will come with the consultant. So then from there you're gonna have the scheduled. So scheduled date. So we're gonna get it, the one that we created here, the one that we got. So scheduled what? date. Then from there we need to have the time. So scheduled time is equals to what? Is equals to scheduled, our scheduled time, that one. So then also we need to check the status. So if the status in, so this one we return true if it is in pending. So we are checking if we have this one in what, if we have any appointment that is having this one like this, so in that time and that date. So confirmed, so if it is there and it is confirmed, so then we need to exclude. So we exclude id is equals to id, then we're gonna say instance, so instance dot id. Okay, so then we need to check if it exists. Okay, so like that. So if it exists, so it simply means that we have a conflict. Okay, so we're gonna say conflict. So for conflicts here we need to raise what, we need to raise serializers. So serializers, so serializers dot what, validation. So serializers dot validation error. So we're gonna say this time slot is already booked. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we just need to return. So outside our if there, so we need to return the data. Okay, we return the data, so make sure that we are outside that if. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the serializer that will be used for canceling appointment. Okay, so you're gonna say class appointment, so appointment serializer, appointment cancel, not cancel serializer. We're gonna say what, we're gonna say serializers dot serializer like that. Then we're gonna say what, so this one, it is the serializer for canceling appointments. So we're gonna say cancellation, so cancellation reason, so the reason why we are canceling, we're gonna say serializers dot what, character field. So character field here, gonna say maximum length, maximum length, so is equals to what, 500. So then we're gonna say required, so required is equals to false, and also allow blank, we're gonna set it to what, allow blank, gonna set it to true. So now after working on that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on what, on our views, the ones that will be responsible for communicating with what, with our client. Okay, so let me first of all save this one, so like that. Okay, so make sure that your serializers look like this. Now we need to start working on what, on the views. Okay, so what I'll do for views for appointment, I'm gonna create a new file here, then I'm gonna name it appointment views .py. Okay, so this one will be responsible for that. So you're gonna say from REST framework, we need to import status. So status is for what, then from REST framework, so REST framework dot decorators, we need to import the API view, so which I think you're familiar by this time. So permission classes also, gonna say from REST framework dot what, permissions. So we need to import what, we need to import yes authenticated. Then from there gonna say from REST framework dot pagination. So dot pagination, you need to import what, the page number pagination. Okay, so then from REST framework dot response, we need to import our response there, like that. Okay, then from there we need to, from Django, so from Django.utils, we need to import what, time zone. Okay, so time zone. So then also we need from date time. So from date time we need to import what, our date time. So date time, so date time, and also we need to import time delta, so time delta, and also from there we need to import our serializers. So we're gonna say from dot serializers, so dot serializers, we need to import what? We need to import our appointment cancel, we're gonna say appointment consultant info, then we're gonna say appointment create, and also we're gonna say appointment what? Appointment serializer, and also appointment slot, and also appointment update. Okay, so like that. So let me save it. So it looks like that. So now also we need to import our model. So we're gonna say dot models, we need to import our appointment. Okay, so that's it. Now the first thing that we need to do it is to do for the pagination. So we're gonna say class appointment, so class appointment pagination, so here gonna pass our page number pagination. So what we need to do now, we need to have the page size. So page size is equals to what? Is equals to 20. Also we need to have the page size query param, gonna pass what? Our page size, so page size, like that. Okay, so then from there the maximum page size gonna pass a value of what? 100. Okay, so now we need to start working on our APIs. So we're gonna say at API view, so this one will be a get, we want this one to be a get, so this one will be responsible to get the available slots. So we're gonna say def available, so available slots. Okay, so here gonna pass the request, and also we need to pass the consultant what? Consultant ID. So this one we get the get available appointment slot for consultant. So where we need to have the query params that we need, it is date from, so that one will be a required, and then date to, just pick what up, that one it's not a must. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. So you're gonna say date from string, so date from string here is equals to what? Request, from the request, so request dot what? Dot get, we just need to get them, so dot get, then we're gonna say get, so we're gonna say date. So what we need to get, it is the date from, so remember that we need to send that one from our client. So then from there we need to say date to string. Okay, so this is the date to, so we're gonna say request, so request, then we need to get, so get, then we're gonna get what? We need to get the get, so get, we're gonna say date to. Okay, even though that is not a must, even though for the date to you can just get from, but the rest you can leave it. Okay, so if not date from, if we don't have that one, so date from, that is the required, so we need to say return, so return response, so the response here we're gonna say what? Error, so the error here gonna say date from parameter, so parameter is what? Is required. Okay, is required, so you're gonna say YYY, so that is the year, then month, and also you need to do what? DD format. Okay, so DD format, like that. Okay, so then from there we need to have a comma, then you're gonna say status, so status is equals to what? We're gonna say status dot what? HTTP 400. Okay, bad request. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need now, if you have the date from, so we need to try, so we're gonna say date from, so date from is equals to date time, so date time, this one dot, we need to strip. Okay, to get the string, so gonna convert it to string, so we're gonna say date from string, then we need to put it as what? So you can see this one format using what, the string f time. Okay, so this one, so here you need to format it to that year, then modulus m, then we do what, also for d there. So that is it. Then we need to do what, we need to convert it to date like this. Okay, so then for the date 2, so date 2 is equals to, so this one gonna, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this one, then I'm gonna use it here. So then we do what, so here we need to do that. So date 2, so this one is date 2 string, then we say that if we have it. Okay, so if date to string, then else we're gonna pass what, none. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, so after we convert it, so but if it does not get converted, we need to accept that value error. So we're gonna say value error, so we need to return a response. So response here we do what, so here gonna say error, so error here, so we're gonna say error, then we're gonna say invalid, so invalid date format, like that. Then we say use what, use the YYY mm then dd. Okay, so like that. So then from there you need to have the status. So the status, you're gonna say status dot what, http 400 bad request. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do after that one, after you convert it, so here you need to now to use the service, we need to create a service where we're gonna get the slots, so the one that gonna interact with what, with our database. So we need to create a new file here, or you can do, okay, let us put it in the service, but you can also create a folder where you're gonna name it services, then you create your services there, also that one to make your code more organized. So that one we need to do what, so we're gonna create before we create that one, so we need to do what, we need to, we're gonna say from Django, first of all you need to have the imports. Okay, so from Django.db we need to import transaction. So then we're gonna say from Django.utils we need to import time zone. So time zone, also you're gonna say from Django, so from Django.db.models we need to import what, we need to import queue. Okay, then from date time, so from date time here we need to import what, so we're gonna import date time, so date time like that, and also we need time delta, so and also we need time. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to say from dot models, so dot models here we need to import what, we need to import, so import our models, so call session, because this is where we interact with the database, so call session prescription and also the appointment. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna say from consultants, so consultants.models we need to import what, we need to import the consultant profile and also the availability. Okay, so then from there we're gonna say from date time, not date time, so we need to, we have the what, we need to import UID, so import UUID like that. Also we need to import logging, so import logging there. Then from there we need to have the logger, so the logger is equals to what, I'm gonna say logging dot get logger, so then we pass what, name, like that. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do now is to create our class, so the appointment what, appointment service, so this one is where we're gonna handle our services for appointment, so the ones that gonna interact with what, with our database. the one that gonna get the available slots. So we're gonna say, as we said, we'll be using the static method here. So we're gonna say def get, so get available, so available slots. So this one we're gonna pass the consultant ID, so consultant ID, and also we're gonna say date from, and also date to, so it could be none, like that. Okay, so then from there, so this one, what we're gonna do here, we're gonna get the available appointment slots for the consultant by generating the slots from the availability schedule and filtering out the booked ones. Okay, and also even the past slots. Okay, and the days with no availability, because there are some days our consultants would be able to set that they are available and others not available. So we're gonna say try. So here in the try, what we need to do, we're gonna get the consultant first. So consultant is equals to what? Our consultant profile. So consultant profile dot objects, so dot objects dot get, so dot get, then we're gonna say what? Gonna say ID is equals to consultant what? Our consultant ID. Okay, we need to check that one. So the second thing that we need to do, we need to check if the date 2 is none. Okay, so we're gonna say if date 2, so if date 2 is none, if it is none here, we just need default to a 7-day window. Okay, so if there is no end date is provided. Okay, so we're gonna say date 2, so date 2 is equals to date from. Okay, so date from, then you need to add, gonna add time delta of what? 7 days. Okay, so days gonna default to the 7 days there. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that you need to do, first of all, you need to fetch the appointments. We need to fetch all booked appointments in the date range once, so that this is good for efficiency. So we're gonna say booked, so we're gonna say booked appointments, so booked appointments is equals to our appointment, so appointment dot objects dot filter, so dot filter, then we're gonna say consultant, so consultant is equals to what? Is equals to consultant, our consultant here, and also we need to have the scheduled, so scheduled date, so we're gonna say underscore underscore, then we're gonna get the range, so the range we're gonna pass what? Is equals to, so is equals to date from, so date from, then from there we're gonna say date to, so date to, like that. Okay, so then from there you're gonna have the status, so the status here you're gonna need to check in, you need to check the if the appointment it is in this one, so the first one it is what? Pending, and also the second one it is confirmed. Okay, so confirmed, like that. So then from there we need to save values, so the values list, like that. We're gonna check that is in what? In the scheduled, so scheduled date, like that, and also the scheduled time. Okay, so we need to make sure that we check the scheduled time. So let me save it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to, so this one should not be like this, so remove that one equals there. So the first thing that we need to do now, the second thing that we need to do, we need to create a set for this one. It's good for fast lookup, because when you go to the O1, so the ON, so this one is to be a O1 lookup. Okay, so we're gonna say booked, so booked slot here is equals to what? So we need to put them in what? In a set. So here we need to do what? We need to put them here, so in a set. So we're gonna say up to time. Okay, so up to date, so then up to time. Okay, so then here we need to say for up to time, so for our up to date, so and also for for that one. So up to time like that in what, in booked. So you just need to get this one from that one, just pass them there. Okay, so this is easier for looking up. So when you have them, we don't need to do it. So in the set, so it's easy to look up. Okay, so here we need to get the consultant's availability schedule grouped by day of the week. Okay, because it is based on the days. Okay, so we are gonna say availability so availability by day. So this one gonna pass it here, so we need to get them. So we're gonna say availabilities. So availabilities is equals to what, consultant availability dot objects. So dot objects dot filter. So dot filter, then we do what, consultant. So we need to filter the consultant with our consultant. Okay, we need to pass that consultant there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check the is active. Okay, the availability is active. So we're gonna say active, gonna set it to true. Then we need to order them by what, gonna order by day of the week. So day of week, and also the start time. Okay, so we get them like that. So then after we do that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to loop through them. So we need to go through them. So we're gonna say for availability. So for availability in our availabilities. Okay, so this one we need to say day. So for that day we need to say availability. So availability dot what, we need to get the day. Okay, so day of what, day of week. Okay, so so we have the issue with the spelling availability. Availability. So this one should be availabilities. So then we replace it here. So this one also will be availability of the week. So now we need to get the day. So for every availability we get that day. Okay, so in the availability, so if the day it's not in what, in the availability by day. So availability by day, so if it is not there, we need to do what, we need to add it. Okay, so we're gonna say availability. So availability by day, this one we do what, we're gonna say day here. If it's not in there, we need to pass an empty what, an empty list there. Okay, else we're gonna say availability by day. So if it is not there, so if it is there, if the day is in the availability by, it's in the availability by day, so we need to add, to append. Okay, to add it. Okay, we're gonna say to append here. To append our availability. Okay, so our availability there. Okay, so as you can see, we do what, first of all we look for the availability for that consultant for what, for that week. Okay, we get them. Okay, the availabilities. So then after we do that, now we have this one for holding our availability by day. So now we loop through the ones that we get. If it is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we get them with their time. So then we look for the day. So the day we get what, we go to our availability. So this one, then we gonna get what, the day of the week. Okay, so we get the day of the week from that availability. So now we come and check here. Okay, if the day not in what, in availability, so if it is not in there, we just need to do what, we just need to skip it. Okay, so but if it is there, just pass it here. Okay, so we just add it to our map there, so our dictionary. So then from there we need to, so we get the consultant, the availability, so the days, okay, on the days. Okay, so then from there you need to say available slots. So available slots, so available slots is equals to empty first. So then we're gonna get the current, so the current date. So we need to get the current date, so that is date from. So then from there we need to have now is equals to time zone. So time zone dot now, so we need to get the current time once, okay, like there. So then from there now we need to iterate through each day in the requested range. Okay, so we're gonna say while, so we need to loop through them. So we're gonna say while the current date, so if the current date is still less than or equal to what, if the date 2, so if it is 1 week or 1 month or so if we need to get the day of the week. Okay, so day of the week is equals to the current date dot weekday. Okay, so current date, then we're gonna say weekday, so like that. Okay, so that is 0 for Monday and 6 for Sunday. Okay, so then the next thing that we do, it is what, it is to skip this day if the consultant has no availability set for it. Okay, so we're gonna say if it does not have the availability, if they have set it to be off, so we just do what, we're gonna say day of the week, not in our availability by day. If it is not there, we need to set the current date. So the current date, this one, we need to increase it. Okay, so we need to add that date, okay, time delta, so that we'll be able to do what, be able to get the, so the days here 1. Okay, we go to skip the next day, then we need to continue after we add it like that. Now we need to check the next. Okay, so then from there we need to process all the availability windows for this day. Okay, so we're gonna say for availability, so for availability, so for availability in our availability by day, this one, so availability by day, so we get that what, in that, for availability for every day, now we need to get day of the week. So in every day, so here we need to generate a 30-minute slot within each window. Okay, so we need to make sure that we say what, slot, so slot dot start, so that is, so that date time, we're gonna say date time, so we're gonna say date time dot what, so date time dot combine, we need to combine. So then we're gonna say current, so the current date, then we're gonna say availability. So in our availability here, we're gonna get the start time. Okay, so start time, so after we get the slot for the start time, so that is when they are starting, so we need to also to have the slot end. Okay, so we're gonna say slot end date time, so date time is equals to date time, so date time dot what, dot combine, we need to combine them. So here we're gonna say what, the current date, so the current date, from there you're gonna say availability, so availability dot end date. Okay, so that is it. Now the thing that we need to do, we need to loop for every time slot with what we need, so that we can be able to add 30 minutes to it. So we're gonna say, also you can change it if you want, so while slot dot start, this one still less than what, they might be taking the consultation maybe from 9 to 1 p.m. so we need to get that one, so that's why we have this one, so slot from that time, So if it's still less than, we're gonna say slot time. So slot time is equals to our slot that one, then we get the time like that. Okay, so that is the slot time. So then we need to make the slot date time zone aware. Okay, so we're gonna say aware. So aware slot date time is equals to time zone. So time zone dot what dot make aware. Okay, so then we pass our slot. So our slot start date time. Okay, so that's it. So now the next thing that we need to do, now we need to apply all filtering conditions. Okay, we're gonna say is booked. So is booked is equals to, so here we're gonna say the current date, then the slot time. Okay, for that slot time in what, in the booked slots. Okay, so booked slots like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, to check if it is in the past. Okay, so we're gonna say is, so is in the past. Okay, so it is in the past is equals to aware slot. So if it is in the past, it is aware slot dot less than or equal to. Now anything that is less than or equal to, now we do what, we make it, we just use the less than or equal to exclude the current minute. Okay, so the current minute we put it there, so that's why I use the less than or equal to. So then from there we need to only add the slot if it is not booked and not in the past. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. We're gonna say if not is booked, if it is not booked, and also not is in the past. So if it is not in the past and it is not booked, we're gonna say available. So our available slots here dot append, what we need to append here, it will be in this dictionary. So the date, then we're gonna say the current date dot, we're gonna make sure it's an ISO format. So ISO format like that. The next thing that we need, it is the time. So the time here, we're gonna say what, slot or slot time. So slot time dot what, string, then for that time. So like that, then you're gonna have what, modulus. We're gonna say modulus here. So we're gonna say modulus, then we're gonna say what, we're gonna say minute like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, it is the date time. So date time like that. So date time, here we're gonna say what, aware, our aware slot date time dot ISO format like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is the duration minutes. So duration minutes like that. Then we're gonna pass just 30, and also we're gonna check for it's available. The ones that are available, gonna set it to what, gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. Now after doing that, now we can come here outside our if. So now we need to move to the next 30-minute slot. Okay, we just say slot, so slot start date time. So here we need just to add what, just 30 minutes to it. Okay, so we're gonna say time delta. So time delta, then we need to pass what, 30 minutes there. So 30 minutes there. Okay, so that is it. Now the next one, it is what, the next one, we need to make sure that we are outside our while. So make sure that we are outside that while, but we are still outside also in the for. We need to make sure that we are outside there, so that we do what, now we get the current date. So the current date here, we need to add then we're gonna add time delta of what, another date. Okay, gonna say days is equals to 1. So then from there we need to come out of our while. We need to come out of our while here. Then we do what? Then we need to return our available, so our available slots, like that. Okay, but if there isn't, we just pass none. Okay, so that's it. Now if our try fails, we need to accept that exception. So accept exception as what? It's not, first of all, before we do the accept, so it simply means, let us see here. So first of all, we are looking for the consultant profile. So the first exception that we can get, it is to mean that we don't get what, the consultant profile, so it does not exist. So if it does not exist, we just return none, and also we do what? So here we say consultant, so consultant not found. Okay, for that error. So then if it is another exception, so we're gonna say accept exception as E, then we do what? We're gonna return none. Then also we're gonna say what? So an unexpected, so an unexpected error occurred. Okay, so occurred like that. So let me save it to organize it like that. So that is our what? Our get available slots. So now let us go again through our logic. So as we said, this one gonna get the slots that the consultant, they are available and it is not booked and it is not in the past. Okay, so that is the condition. First thing that you need to know that. Then we need to make sure that we get from that date it was asked to the date that we want. Okay, so but if so, now we come here. First of all, we get the what? The consultant. Okay, so we just get the consultant, which we get through the ID that we passed there. So then the next thing that we do, we come here, we check if the date 2 is what? Is none. So if it is none, we just need to do what? We need to add just 7 days from date, that one, from the date that we started. Okay, so then now we need to have to look for the booked appointments. Okay, so that is what we do here. We fetch all the booked appointments in the date range here. Okay, so we fetch all of them because of the efficiency. It's good to do that. So we go to the appointment, then we do what? We filter. So we filter from the consultant, we filter the scheduled date. Okay, so the ones that are scheduled within this range. Okay, that is what we need to. Then we check for the status that is in between what? Pending and confirmed. So we pick the ones that are what? In this status. Okay, the appointments that are in this status. So that's why we use the status, in the pending and also confirmed. Okay, so if it is in this, we just pass it there, we filter them, so like that, within this range. Okay, so then we need to, what we need to get, it is what? We just need to get the scheduled date and also the scheduled time. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we do, we take the booked slots, and then we book what? We put them in the set, so that for easy lookup. So as if you have done the data structures and algorithms, so there is that part where you find the notations. Okay, the big O notation, the like that. Okay, for time complexity and also for the space complexity, but majorly they look on what? The time complexity. How long does it take to execute that one? So to complete when we have a certain number of what? Data. So the same case we do here. Okay, so here we use the set. So the set will be, so we need to pass them here, so we just use the comprehension. So for set, so here we say for every this one, so in what? So we have this one, date so the scheduled date, and also we have the scheduled time. So that's why we get them here. We say the appointment date, then we have the appointment time. So then for every one of them in our in our booked appointments, so we just add them to our booked slot. Okay, so then from there, now we need to declare the availability by day. So this is the day that our consultant are available. So by default, we pass them as an empty dictionary here. Okay, so the first thing that we do to get the availabilities, we need to filter. Okay, we just need to filter from the availability. Okay, so the availability, we're gonna do what? We're gonna check. So just come here, we pick the consultant, our consultant. So we make sure that we have matched that one. Then we need to check for the active availability. Okay, so then we pick that by order. We order them by what? Day of the week and also the start time. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, now after we have done that, now we have the availability. Okay, when our consultant are available, so where they have set it to be active. Okay, so the condition is what? Active is active. We have set there to true. So then after we have done that, the next thing that we do here, we need to, for availability now, what here in the availabilities in that list, we need to check. First of all, we get the day. So the day we just do the availability. So the availability, which comes from where? From this one. Okay, from this availability. Okay, so for every one of them in availabilities, so now for that one, we get the day from the availability, which we took from this one. So remember, we ordered by this one, so that's why we get it here from the availability. There we get the day. So now we check from the availabilities, so which maybe if our consultant has set to be available on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, the others maybe Thursday and Friday they are not available, and also weekends. So it will just pick Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Okay, so when you come here, you get the Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. So now we come here and you do what? We say if the day it's not in what? In the availability day, this one. Okay, so the one that we have declared there, if it is not there, we just need to do what? We need to get that day availability by day, then we add what? An empty. Okay, so that date is not available, so we just need to pass as an empty. So then from there, if the day, if this day is available, we pass it where? We pass it to our, we append it here. Okay, so our availability, so that is simply means they are available that day. Then the next thing that we do, we get the available slots now. So this is the time. So maybe on Monday they are starting from maybe 10 a.m. to maybe 1 p.m. So we get that one. We need to have a variable to hold that data, that is the list. So then the current date, that is that day we have passed for what? To start looking for that one. So for availability, then we set the time zone dot now for that time. Okay, so then after doing that, now we need to do what? To loop through from the current date to date 2. Okay, so we need to make sure that we are in this range. That's why we use the less than or equal to that one. Okay, so we get the day of the week, so which we get the current date. So which the current date is that day that we passed there. Okay, if you passed on a certain day, maybe it was on a certain month, maybe a certain date from there. Okay, so that is what we pass here. Okay, the current date. So then from the current date we get the weekday. So the weekday just gives you the weekday. So which the weekday starts from what? So this one starts from 0, Monday to be 0, and Sunday is equals to 6. Okay, so then we get that one, the day of the week. So now we loop through it. Now we need to check if that day of the week it's not in the availability by day, which we give here, which we got from this one. Okay, from the availability. So if it is not there, it's not there, just skip and we add what? Another day to our current day. Okay, just add maybe 2 like that. So then from there we update our for availability. So we get them, the ones that we get here. So we do what for every one of them, the day they are available. So we get the start time, so the start time, date time. So that is the time where we combine the current date, we pick the current date, then we pass what also the start time when we want to start. The consultants have the start time. Okay, so then from there we do the same for end. Maybe they are finishing at 1 p.m. so then we go through them, so from the start to the end. Okay, so then we convert them to time. The start dot, that one, we combine them, we make sure they are time, then we need to make that it is time aware. So we make it is time aware. Then from there we say it's booked. So anything that is booked, it is what, it is any time, that time, and also the slot. Okay, so that is in between, that is there, so that time and also that day, if it is in our what, booked slots. Okay, the ones that we had here, okay, in our set here. So we check like that. So then we put them there. Okay, so we're gonna say it is booked. So then we also check for the past, which it is, if it is in the past, that is our time. If this time it is less than what, that it's less than now, then from there we look if it is in between them. So if it is booked or it is in the past, we just do what, if it is not there, we just need to append it to our dictionary, so which it is empty. Okay, so to our list, not dictionary, so to this list. Okay, here. So then we pass it there, then we do what, so after we pass for that day, for that time, so we pass the date, that date, we pass that time, and also the aware slot, that one. Then also we need to add for that minutes for every one of it, then it's available, we set it to true. Okay, so then from there, then we add what, then we add that minutes, then we need to come back to what, here. Okay, so that's how we loop it through. So then after that we add the current date for this main one. Okay, for this, to make sure that we loop all of them. So we have what, so we have this loop here, this is the most important one, so you need to make sure that you understand that one. Then later, after we do all of that, so we come out of our loop, then we do what, we return the available slots like that, then we check for that one. So that is the main part that we have been working on. So now I hope you understand that one. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come to our to our views here. So now we continue. So we have tried, now we have the date time, so date, we have the what, so we checked for those things, we have them, then we got that one, we converted our date. So now the next thing that we need to do now, it is to get the slots. Okay, so the slots, we're gonna get the slots or error, so is equals to what, so we need first of all to import our appointment service here. So we're gonna say from dot services, we need to import our what, appointment service. Okay, so then what we need to do here, we're gonna say appointment, so we're gonna say appointment service dot get available slots. So here we need to pass our consultant ID, so which we're gonna pass our consultant ID. Okay, so then after doing that, so the consultant ID, we are getting it from where, here. Okay, so we're gonna pass it there. So then from there, the next thing that we do, it is to get what, we need to get the, we're gonna to get the date from. So date from, we're gonna be the one that we get date from. So then from there, we're gonna have the date to, so date to, pass our date to. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to say if you have slots, if slot is not what, is not none, if it is not none here, we just return a response. So remember this response, how it looks like, so that you won't be you'd be lost when you'll be doing the models for front end. So consultant ID. So then you're gonna say consultant ID. Okay, we're gonna pass it there. The next thing that we need to do, we need to return also the date from. So date from here, gonna say date from. So date from dot ISO format. So ISO format like that. Then from there, the next one we need to is the date to. So date to. So date to like this. Then we're gonna say what date to. So date to, or gonna say date from. So date from plus what? Gonna plus the time delta of what? 7 days. Okay, if it is not given. Okay, so we're gonna say days 7. So that is it. So now we need obvious to convert it to ISO so that our front end gonna be able to consume it well. Okay, so ISO format like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the slots. So the slots here, gonna say slots. So then from there, the next thing that we're gonna set is the total slots. So here gonna say the length of what? Of the slots. Okay, so remember these things that we are passing here, but if it is none, it simply means we have an error. So we're gonna say else. So else here gonna do what? We need to return a response. So response here, we need to have the error. So the error in our dictionary. So then we're gonna pass it error there. Okay, then for the next part, it is what? The status. So the status here gonna say status. So status dot what? HTTP 400 bad request. Okay, so let me save it, and it looks like that. Okay, so that is the endpoint for getting our available slots. Okay, that one will be very essential to when getting our available slots. The next one, it is to the API view. So the API view here, it is for creating what? Our slots. Okay, so the appointment, not slots. So that is creating it. So that is what we need to make sure that whoever is accessing this one is authenticated. So they must provide the token. So gonna say def, gonna name it create appointment. So create appointment. So then we're gonna say what? Gonna pass the request there. So here you're gonna have a documentation string so that you're able to make it easier for someone to read. So create new appointment. So appointment. So this one, it's just for patient only, because are the only ones that can be able to create the appointment. So we're gonna say if the request comes from the user dot role. So if it's not equal to what? If it's not equal to patient. So if it is not equal to patient here, what we need to do, we need to return a response. So the response here gonna say what? Error. So the error here gonna say only. So only patients. So only patients can book appointments. Okay, so appointments. So then from there, we need to have the status. So we're gonna say status. So status here gonna say status dot what? HTTP 403. Okay, forbidden. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a serializer. So because when creating, we need to have the data. So we're gonna say serializer. So serializer is equals to what? Appointment. So appointment create serializer. So the data we're gonna pass to our serializer is what? We're gonna get it from the request. So request dot data. So you need to make sure that you send it there. So first of all, after you pass there, it will say if it is valid or not. So we're gonna say serializer dot is valid. If it is valid, so if it is true here, if it is valid, we need to get the consultant ID. So consultant ID is equals to our serializer. So serializer dot what? Dot validated data. So the data that is validated like that, then we need to pop. Okay, so to remove and to get it. Okay, so and to return it, consultant ID like that. So then from there, we need now to use the service to do what? To create that one. So we need to come to our service, so the one that will be responsible for creating appointment. So just come here, so just come, where is it, update. So where are we? Here. So we are here, so we are what, in the service here. So we need to do what, we need to create that one. So you can create anywhere you want, so make sure that it is aligned with what, with this one. So here we're gonna have a static method, so we're gonna say at static method. So at static, then this one we need to make sure it's a transaction atomic, so atomic like that. Then here we need to define, so we're gonna name it create appointment. Okay, so appointment like this. So this one we're gonna say patient user. Okay, then the consultant, so consultant ID, and also the appointment, so appointment date. Okay, so then here gonna, so this one gonna create a new what, a new appointment with validation. Okay, so what I need to do first, so I need to import the from the consultant. I'm gonna say from consultant, so from the consultants, this one. Then we're gonna say what, from consultants models, we need to import our consultant profile. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to come here. So what we need to do here, we need to try. So the first thing that we need to try, so we need first of all to get the consultant. So we're gonna say consultant is equals to what, our consultant profile, this one, dot objects. So dot objects dot select related. So we need to select the one that is related to what, to user, from what, we're gonna say user, get the user. So then from the user we get this one. So we need to check for the ID, if the ID it is equal, so consultant ID, the one that is passed there. So we need also to check it's verified, so we don't want to book someone who is not verified, so it's equals to true. Then we're gonna say it's available, we need to make sure they are available. Okay, so that one is set to true. Okay, so that is it. Now after getting that one, the next thing that we need to do, we need now to create the appointment. So we're gonna say appointment, so this variable gonna hold that appointment. So appointment is equals to what, appointment, so appointment dot objects, so dot objects dot create. Okay, so dot create here. Then we're gonna say consultant, so consultant, we pass our consultant. Okay, so then from there the next one is the patient. So the patient here, we're gonna pass our patient user, the one that is passed there, and also the consultation fee. Okay, so consultation fee is equals to consultation, so we're gonna say what, we're gonna say consultant, so consultant dot what, dot consultation fee. Okay, consultation fee, remember we had that one. So then from there we're gonna pass what, any other data, gonna pass the appointment data there. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to create a method that we're gonna use later to send the appointment notification. Okay, after we create that one, so now we need to send the appointment notification to what, to consultant. Okay, so we're gonna create that method, the one that will be responsible for that, even though we won't update, we won't implement it now, even though later we're gonna implement it. Okay, so to send the what, the notification. So now this one we're gonna later use a WebSocket, so that we'll be able to send the notification. So we're gonna say at static method, so static method, so we're gonna say def, then we're gonna say what, send appointment notification. So send appointment notification, so user ID, so we're gonna pass user ID here, and also we're gonna have the notification type, notification, so notification type, and also we're gonna have the appointment, so appointment, then we're gonna do what, we're gonna say extra data. Okay, so extra data like that. Then we're gonna do what, so this one we're gonna say send real time notification via WebSocket. Okay, so which we're gonna cover in the next session, not the next after the payment. We're gonna be able to use WebSocket so that we'll be able to do what, to do the other parts. Okay, so currently I can just pass, so but later we're gonna do what, we're gonna use it so that we'll be able to do what, to send the notification to the user, to our consultant. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So what we're gonna do, so that one we're gonna leave it like that, even though in the other session we need to do it. Okay, so we need to make sure that we're gonna remember to do that so that we won't forget to do what. So what I need to do here, just come here below this one, so still here we're gonna say send consultant, gonna say send notification, so send notification to consultant. Okay, so now we're gonna say appointment service dot what, send notification there. Then we're gonna pass what, user ID, so user ID we're gonna pass our consultant, so consultant dot user dot ID like that. Then the notification type, so the notification type we're gonna name it what, new appointment. So this one we're gonna handle them in the section for what, for handling the WebSocket, and also later for what, for notifications. Okay, so then from there now we need to do what, now we need to, after we do that, we just return, so that one won't affect what we are returning here, so appointment and then none. Okay, so after we create that one, so if our try fails, so it simply means the first thing after we have looked for that one we didn't find it, so we're gonna say consultant profile, so consultant profile does not exist. Okay, so here we need to return none, so there's nothing there. Then we say what, consultant, so consultant not found or unavailable. Okay, unavailable. So then the next thing that we need to do, if it is another exception, we need to catch it, so we're gonna say exception as E, then we do what, we're gonna return, so we return none, and also the string of what, so the string of the exception there. So let me save it there. So make sure that you do like that, but also you can also add the loggers so that you'll be able to see what is happening, so that you won't get what, you'll be able to practice to write the loggers there. Okay, so then after that we need to get the appointment, so that is what our service is giving, so it's either an appointment or error. So here we're gonna say appointment service, so appointment service, then dot what, we're gonna say create appointment, so create appointment, we're gonna pass the patient user, which we're gonna get from the request dot what, dot user, and also for the consultant ID, so consultant ID we're gonna get it from the one that we passed here. So then the next one, it is what, appointment data, so appointment data we're gonna say serializer, so serializer dot what, the validated data. Okay, the one that is validated, so like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here below still, so we need to check if the appointment, if we have the appointment, if it is appointment here, we need to have a response serializer, so response serializer, just arranging your data, the one that you're going to send to the front end, so to our client. So we're gonna say appointment serializer, we're gonna pass our appointment, then from there we need to have the context. Okay, So I explained this one in the previous session, so make sure that you familiarize yourself with. So the request, gonna say request like that, okay? So then from there you're gonna say return, so return response, okay? So the response here gonna have what? Our response serializer. So response serializer dot what? We need to get the data, so the data and the status. So the status here will be what? Status dot http 201 created, okay? So that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. If it is else, so if it is an error, so we just need to return response. So response here, then we pass that error in our dictionary here, gonna say error, okay? So that's it. Now the status, so the status here gonna say what? Status dot http 400 bad request, okay? So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, if our serializer is not valid, this one, we need to have the else here. So we're gonna say, so the else here gonna say return, gonna return the response. So serializers dot what? Serializer dot errors, so dot errors. Then for the status is equals to status dot what? Status dot http 400 bad request. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so that is for creating the appointment, okay? So the next one, it is to get all the appointments for authenticated user. So we need to get them. So we're gonna come here and you say what? API view. So API view, so the API view here, you need to say get. So get, so the get here, so the get method. So then from there we're gonna say at permissions, so at permission classes we pass what? Is authenticated like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, gonna say def user, so user appointments, so appointments. So here gonna pass the request. So then from there we need to do what? We're gonna have a documentation string, gonna say get all appointments, so appointments for authenticated user, okay? So authenticated user. So here gonna say if request, so if request dot user dot role not in what? It's not in one of these. So if it is not in patient, so then, or in consultant, so if it is not in that one, we need to return a response. So the response here, so the response here gonna say what? Error, okay? So the error here gonna say invalid who? Invalid user role, okay? So then from there the next thing, it is the status. So the status here gonna say status, so status dot http 43 forbidden, okay? Like that. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. We need now to have the filters, because we want to filter our appointments. So we're gonna say filters, so we're gonna say filters like this. So we're gonna say status, so status, if you want to filter by status, so we're gonna say status filter is equals to what? Is equals to request. So in the request we pass what? Get, in the get we get what? We get the status like that, okay? So that is it. So we need to pass that one from the front end. So date from string, so this one we're gonna say request, so request dot get, so dot get, then we pass what? Date from, then from there we can have also date to, so date to string, gonna have that string, gonna say request dot what? So dot get, then we pass what? The date to, like that, okay? So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have date from, we need to initialize it with what? None by default. And also for date to, we're gonna do the same, gonna initialize as none. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if we have the date from string. So we're gonna if we have the date from string, this one. We're gonna say try. So what we need to try here, gonna say what? So date from. So date from here we need to do what? Is equals to our date time. So our date time. So date time dot what? Dot string of what? Of that time. So then we're gonna say date from string, this one. Then we need to convert it. So we're gonna say modulus y, then you need to pass what? Modulus m. So this one should be small, and also you do what? Modulus d, like that. Okay, so then we need to convert it to date. So date, like that, then you put there. Okay, so then from there, if it does not convert, we need to get to accept that exception. So it's a value error, so the error that we pass here. Okay, so we need to pass it. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna do the same for the date to string. Gonna copy this one, so just come here outside this one and you paste it there, so like that. Okay, so then after we do that, now the next thing that we need to do, so this one we need to make sure it is date 2. So date 2, we need to copy it. So then we do what? We replace it here. Okay, so then we name it date 2. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, after we have done that, now we can be able to do what? So we need to get the appointments. So we're gonna use the service to do so, to get the appointments. So just come below. Okay, let us put, so now the method to get the user appointment. So we're gonna come here. So this one will be used by both the consultant and also the patient to get their appointments. Okay, so we're gonna say what? At static method. So at static method, then we're gonna define the get user appointments. So appointments, like that. Then we're gonna pass the user, then the status filter. So the status filter is equals to none by default, and then also we need to have the date. So date from, gonna set it to none. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, it is the date to. So these are the things that you can use to sort your appointments. So like that. So date to, then you're gonna pass it to none, like that. Okay, so here you need to say get appointments. So get appointments for user with what? With filters. Okay, so the filters we can use here. So the first thing that we're gonna say, we need to try. So we need to check if the user dot role, if the role here it is what? Patient. So if the role here it is patient here, so this one should be equals. So if it's the same, so if it is the same here with the patient, we just need to get the query set. So the query, gonna say query set is equals to what? You're gonna say appointment dot objects dot filter. So dot filter, then we're gonna pass the patient. Okay, so we're gonna say patient. So patient, it is our user. Okay, the one that we're gonna pass here. Then else if, so else if we're gonna say user dot role. So user dot role is equals to what? Is equals to consultant. So consultant, I hope I've spelled it well. So here gonna say query set. So query set is equals to what? Is equals to appointment. So appointment dot objects. So dot objects dot filter. Just need to filter our consultant. So consultant, then we're gonna get underscore user is equals to what? Is equals to user. Okay, we do it like that. The next thing, if it is not in the two, we just return none, and also we return what? Invalid. Okay, so invalid user role. So invalid user role there. So then the next thing that we need to do, now that is the base query set. Now we need to apply filters if they are. So we're gonna say if status filter, now we're gonna say the query set is equals to what? We're gonna say the query set dot filter, so based on the user. So we're gonna say status, we're gonna pass our status filter, the one that will be passed there. So then also we need to, if it is the, you want to get from date from, so we're gonna say date from, so we're gonna say query set. So query set is equals to query set, so query set dot filter. So we need to sort them by scheduled date, so we're gonna say scheduled, so scheduled date. Then we need to get the one that are greater than or equal to the one that is passed here, okay, date from date from. Okay, so that's it. Now for the, also for the date to, so we're gonna copy this one. For date to also gonna come here, gonna paste it here. So instead of date from, we're gonna say date to. Okay, so then we're gonna copy this one. So you do what? You do the same. Okay, so date to, then here instead of greater than, we just use what? Less than. Okay, so that is it. So date to. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So after that we need to order by creation date, so creation time. Okay, so that we're gonna be able to get the most recent one. So we're gonna say query set is equals to query set, so query set dot what? Select, so select related, like that. We're gonna say consultant, so consultant underscore user. Then we do what? We get the patient. Okay, so patient that is related to that. Then we're gonna say order by, so we're gonna order by order decreasing, descending order. Okay, so we're gonna say created at, like that. So then we need to return our query set. Okay, so return our query set, so query set or none, so with none. Okay, so there's no error there. So then, but if our try fails, we need to accept that exception. So we're gonna say accept exception as E. So now we need to return none and also string of that exception. So now we need to do what? So let me save it. So it should look like that. Okay, so make sure that yours look like that. So now we need to come to our appointment view, so where we left here. So not here, not like that. So we need to do what? So the next thing that we need to do after that one, after the date to string, like that. Okay, so here gonna say appointments, so this variable, so remember this is what our service it is returning, either appointment or error. So we're gonna say appointment service, so appointment service dot what? Get user. Gonna say get dot get, so get user appointments. Okay, so here gonna say user is equals to request, so request dot user. And also gonna say status filter, so status filter, gonna pass the status filter, like that. Also we need to have the date from, so date from, gonna pass date from. Okay, so also for the date to, so date to, gonna pass what? Date to. Okay, so then from there we need to save that one first. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if it is appointment. If it is appointment is not what? If it is not none, so we need to paginate. Okay, so we're gonna say paginator, so paginator is equals to our appointment. Okay, so appointment what? Our appointment, did we create that class? So we are doing what here? This one. So we're gonna copy this one, so we're gonna use this one to do our pagination here. So we're gonna paste that one there. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the page. So we're gonna say page is equals to what? Paginator So paginator.paginate, so paginate query set. So the query set here, you're gonna pass the appointments. So the appointments, then you're gonna have the request also, so like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if we have the page. So if the page is not none, if it is not none here, we do what? We need to serialize our data. So we're gonna say serializer. So serializer, it is what? Appointment serializer, this one. Then we need to pass page. Also we need to say many is equals to true, and also we're gonna pass the context. So context is equals to what? So here we're gonna say request, and also we're gonna say request. Okay, so like that. Then we need to return. So what we need to return here is what? Paginator. So paginator, so paginator dot what? Get paginated. Okay, so get paginated response. Okay, like that. Then we pass our serializer. So serializer dot data. Okay, that is what we need to return there. So then from there, so if it is none, so if our page is none, we just need to serialize our data. So serializer here gonna say what? Appointment. So our appointment serializer, this one. Then we pass our appointments there. Okay, so from there we need to have many. So many, we're gonna set it to true, and then from there we're gonna have the context. So context, so is equals to what? Request. So request, and also what? Gonna pass a request there. So that is it. Now we need to give the, we need to return the response. Okay, so return response. So response like this. Then we're gonna say serializer. So serializer dot what? Dot data. Okay, so then after you have done that, now we need to do what? So for the main method, so if our if fails, so we do what? So where is it? So if appointments is none, so it simply means else here. And have else here. We just need to return what? A response. So response here, we do what? Gonna say error. So the error here gonna say error. Okay, then with the status, so status is equals to what? Status, so status dot what? Status dot http 400 bad request, like that. Okay, so that is it. So that is the one for what? For getting the user appointment. So it looks like that. Now the next one that we need to have the endpoint for getting the upcoming appointments for user. Okay, so we're gonna say at API view. So at API view here we need to do what? We're gonna say get. So get, like that. So we're gonna say at permission. So at permission classes, so here we need to do what? Is authenticated. So is authenticated there. We need to define upcoming. So upcoming appointments. Okay, so appointments. So here gonna pass a request. So request here gonna say what? Gonna say get upcoming appointments. So appointments, like that, for user. Okay, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if it is consultant and or patient. So we're gonna copy this one. So I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna paste it there. So then invalid user role. Okay, so then from there we need to get the today. So today we need to make sure that we get time zone dot now. Okay, so then we need to get the date. Okay, so the date, like that. So after that we need to say, we need to use the what? This one. So the that one. So what I need to do, I'm gonna copy this one. So I'm gonna copy this one because it is the same. So then here, so for the, so here we don't need the status filter. So this one gonna pass as none. So then from there, so date from we're gonna pass it today. Okay, so just pass it there. So just get the ones that from today. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to say the appointments. So we're gonna say appointments is not what, is not none. If it is not none here, we need to filter by status. Okay, so to filter by status, you're gonna say appointments is equals to what. So here we're gonna say appointments. So we're gonna say appointments dot filter. So the appointment that we get. So what we need to filter by, we're gonna say status. So we want to make sure that use the status, then you use what, underscore in is equals to what, is equals to those that are pending, like that, and also confirmed. Okay, confirmed. So that's it. So then we need to order them. So order them by what, scheduled. So scheduled date. So then also scheduled time. Okay, we need to make sure that we order them like that. So then the thing that we need to do, we need to get the first 10, only 10. Okay, so like that. So just use that one. So then from there we need to serialize it. So serializer, is equals to what, is equals to appointment. So appointment serializer, we pass our appointments here. So appointments, then we're gonna have many. So many is equals to what, is equals to true, and also context. So context is equals to what, is equals to request. So request, then we're gonna pass a request there. Okay, so then the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to return the response. Okay, so response here we're gonna say serializer. So serializer dot data. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, if it is error, so we need to return. Okay, we need to return response. So response here gonna say what, gonna say error. So error, then we're gonna pass error there. So then we're gonna say status. So status is equals to status dot what, http 400 bad request. So then from there, the next thing that we do, so I just saved that one. So make sure that yours look like that. So that is just to get the upcoming what, appointments. So then the next one, it is to get the appointment detail. So this one we're gonna use to get, to update, or to cancel any specific appointment. Okay, so we're gonna say at API. So at API view. So this one, as I said, because we're gonna get the details, we can update, we can delete. So we need to pass the methods here. We're gonna say get. Also we're gonna say put. So we're gonna say put, and also we're gonna say what, gonna say delete. Okay, so delete like that. So then what we need to do here, we need to have the permission. So at permission classes, so here we need to do what, we need to pass is authenticated. Okay, so it's authenticated like that. So now the next thing, we're gonna say define appointment. So appointment, so appointment detail like this. Then we're gonna pass the request, and also appointment what, appointment ID. Okay, so this one we're gonna have a documentation string. Gonna say get, update, or even what, or cancel specific appointment. Okay, specific appointment. Okay, like that. So then, so here we're gonna try. So what we need to try here, we're gonna try. So the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna say appointment. We need to get the appointment first. So you can't delete, you can't update, you can't do anything to what you don't have. Okay, so you need it first. Okay, so the objects dot select, we need to select related. So what is related with our consultant? So consultant underscore user, like that. Then for also for the patient, so that is related maybe to patient, like that. Okay, you can do multiple there. So then from there, gonna get, that is the appointment that is what, related to our appointment ID, the appointment ID that is passed here, appointment. So appointment ID, okay, that is passed here. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we need to check the permission. Okay, so we're gonna say if request. So if request dot user, not in what, not in this one, not in appointment. So we're gonna say not in appointment dot what, dot consultant. so .consultant.user, or it is not in appointment, so appointment.what, appointment.patient. Okay, so if it is not in there, we just need to return what? So we need to return response. So now after we do that, now we do what? We need to return. So this one is where we do what? So we need to return the response here. Gonna say return. So return response. So response, we do what? So here we need to have this error. So it should be in that one. So we're gonna say error. Then we're gonna do what? Access denied. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to have it is the status. So the status, you're gonna say status dot what? So status dot, gonna say status dot http 443 like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if the request, so first of all we check there. Then the next thing that we need to check it is what? We want to get the method that is used. So we're gonna say if request dot method. So if request dot method here, so if request dot method, not this one, so dot method. So if request dot method here is equals to get, so if it is equals to get here, we need to say serializer. So serializer is equals to what? Our appointment serializer. Then we pass our appointment. Okay, so appointment there. Then we're gonna have the context. So the context so is equals to what? Is equals to request. So request, and also we need to do what? We need to pass the request there. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to return. We just need to return response. So response here gonna say serializer. So serializer dot what? Dot data. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna check else if request. So if request dot method, so if the method here is put, so if it is put here, we need to make sure that only the patient can update the appointment details. Okay, so we're gonna say if request dot user. So if request dot user it's not equal to appointment dot patient, if it is not there, you just need to return. So we need to return a response. So the response here gonna say what? Gonna say error. So the error here gonna say only the patient. So only the patient can do what? Can update appointment details. Okay, appointment details. So that's it. Now we're gonna save it there. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to, if it is a patient, we need to use the serializer. So serializer is equals to what? Is equals to our appointment update. Okay, appointment update serializer. So we're gonna pass our appointment. So the appointment, then here for the data, so we're gonna say request dot what? Dot data, and also we're gonna say partial. So because this is not a complete, gonna set it to true. So then from there we need to check if the serializer is valid. So if serializer is valid, so if it is valid here, we need to do what? We need just to save it. Okay, serializer dot, we save it first. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to notify the consultant of what? Changes. Okay, even though these notifications we're gonna handle them later, so we need to make sure that we say notify. So notify consultant, we just need to make sure that what is remaining there is just what? the implementation of the method itself. So we're gonna say appointment service. So appointment service, then we have that private method there, we send appointment notification. So we're gonna say user ID, so we're gonna say appointment. So from the appointment here, then we're gonna get what, the consultant. So consultant.user.id. okay. So then from there, notification type, so the notification type, it is what, the appointment updated, like that. Then the next one, it is what, the appointment. So appointment here, gonna assign what, appointment here. Okay, so that's it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the response serializer, so the one that we're gonna send back. So serializer is equals to response serializer is equals to what, we're gonna say appointment. So appointment serializer, then we're gonna pass appointment there. So appointment, and also we need to have the context. So context, we do what, we need to say request. So request, then you're gonna pass the request there. Okay, so then the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna return, so return response. Okay, so return response, then we're gonna say response serializer, so response serializer dot data. So then the next thing that we need to do, so I'll say that if, so it simply means we had the error in our serializer. So we're gonna say return, so we're gonna say return, so return response. So here in the response, we need to get the errors. So serializer, so serializer dot what, so serializer dot errors, so dot errors. Then from there, we need to have the status. So the status here to be what, status, so status dot what, http 400 bad request. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, so then if it is delete, so just come here, else if the request, so if the request here, it is method, the request method here, it is delete. So if it is delete method, so here we need to do what, we need to cancel the serializer. Okay, so we're gonna say cancel serializer. So serializer is equals to what, appointment cancel. Okay, so appointment cancel serializer, we are gonna pass the data, we're gonna say request, from the request we get the data, like that. Okay, so then we need to check if it is valid. So we're gonna say if the serializer, is valid. So if it is valid, we're gonna do what, so if it is valid here, we're gonna have the reason. So the reason is equals to cancel serializer, this one dot validated data, so dot validated data, then we're gonna get the cancellation reason. Okay, so we're gonna get the cancellation, so the cancellation reason. Okay, remember to pass that one, so like that. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the cancelled appointment, and also if we have an error, we pass it there. Okay, so we need to create the service to do so, the one that will be responsible for what, for canceling our appointment. Okay, so to cancel the appointment, you need to come here in our service, so just here. So what you need to do here, you need to make sure outside there, we're gonna say static method. So static method here, we're gonna say what, at transaction, we're gonna say at transaction, so at transaction dot atomic, so dot atomic. Then from there, gonna have what, def cancel appointment, so cancel appointment. So here gonna say what, appointment ID, so we're gonna pass appointment ID here. Then also we're gonna pass what, user, and also the reason. Okay, so by default we're gonna have it as an empty. So this one we're gonna say cancel, so cancel appointment, like that. Okay, so here we need to say try, so we need to try here, we're gonna say appointment, so appointment, so appointment is equals to what, is equals to appointment, so appointment dot objects, so dot objects dot what, select related like that. Then we need to pass what? The consultant. So we're gonna say consultant user. Then from there we need to have also the patient. Okay, so patient, like that. Then from there we need to do what? To get the ID. So the ID here is equals to what? Appointment ID, the one that will be passed here. So appointment ID there. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to check the permission. So we're gonna say if user not in what? In this list. So we're gonna put appointment. So we're gonna say appointment. So appointment dot consultant. So dot consultant dot user. So then appointment dot what? Dot patient. So dot patient there. Then we're gonna do what? So here we need to return none. And also now we can say what? You don't have what? So you don't have permission. So you don't have permission. So you don't have permission to cancel. So to cancel this appointment. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check the status. Okay, so we want to say if the appointment status, if the appointment dot status, so the appointment dot status here, it's in what? If it is in this one, if it is in completed, so completed. And also if it is in cancelled, so cancelled. If it is in these two, if it is in the two, so what we need to do, we cannot cancel something that is already cancelled, and also we cannot cancel something that is complete. So we're gonna say cannot. So cannot cancel. So cannot cancel what? The appointment. So appointment dot status, pass it there, dot status. Then we're gonna say what? Appointment. Okay, so appointment based on that status. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to cancel it. We're gonna say appointment. So appointment dot cancel. So appointment dot cancel. Then we're gonna pass our cancelled user. So we pass user. Then for the reason, so the reason, we're gonna pass the reason. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to notify the other party. So we're gonna say notify. So notify user ID. So is equals to, we're gonna get this one. So we're gonna say appointment. So appointment dot patient ID. So patient dot ID. Also we're gonna say if user is equals to what? If user is equals to appointment. So if user is appointment dot consultant. So if the user is appointment consultant, so user, so else you're gonna say what? Appointment. So appointment dot what? Consultant dot user dot ID. Okay, so that is the user ID that we need to notify. So based on what? So if it is patient, we do that. So then from there, so then else, so this one we ensure that it is what? So we need to remove this one comma, so that we check if it is what? So for the patient ID, we need to update what? When it is the user who has done that one, it is a consultant. Else we're gonna do what? We're gonna update. Okay, so we're gonna update the patient. Okay, so then from there we need to do what? We need to use the appointment service. So appointment service, as you can see, this one will be the most important one. So we're gonna say user ID. So the user ID here, gonna pass what? User ID. So user ID gonna pass the one that will be notified. So notify user ID. So then from there gonna have the notification type. So notification type, it will be what? Appointment cancelled. Okay, so appointment cancelled, like that. So then from there we're gonna have the appointment. So the appointment, you pass our appointment there. So that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do after we have done that one, we just now need to return. Okay, so we need to return that appointment. And also we're gonna, if that one there's no error, so we need also, now we need to accept. So the appointment does not exist. So because we checked does not exist, then we need to return. So return none, and also gonna say what appointment. So appointment not found, like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to accept that one. So accept exception. So exception as what? As E. Then here we need to return. We just need to return none, and also the string of that exception. Okay. So that is the part for what? For cancelling our appointment. Okay. So let me save it, so that we're gonna be able to do what? We're gonna be able to organize it like that. Okay. So now after cancellation, we have the cancellation reason. So we're gonna say cancelled. So cancelled appointment, gonna get the cancelled appointment here, else we're gonna get the error. So we're gonna use the appointment service. So appointment service. So appointment service dot cancel appointment. So I pass the appointment ID. So the appointment ID here gonna pass what? Our appointment ID. Okay, like that. Then from there, for the user, so the user here, it is what? Request dot. So request dot user, and then we need to have the reason. So the reason here, it is what? The reason. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. We need to check if we have the cancelled what? If we have the cancelled appointment. So if it is the cancelled, not this one, so we're gonna say cancelled appointment, we need to return a response. So we need to return a response here. So the response here, we're gonna say what? We're gonna say it will be a message. So the message here, then we're gonna say what? Appointment. So appointment cancelled. So cancelled successfully. Then from there we need to have what? The status. So we're gonna say status. So the status here, it is equals to what? Our status dot what? Status dot http 200. Okay. So then the next thing that we need to do, if it is not that one, we just know it is an error. So else we need to return a response. So the response here gonna say what? Gonna say error. So the error here gonna do what? We're gonna pass the error like that. So then from there we need to have what? This one should be error. So then we need to have the status. So the status here is equals to the status dot what? So status dot http 400. Okay, bad request. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to, so if else if, so then you need to have what? Else here. So which will be what? So first of all, we need to have what? For this one, if the serializer is not valid, so we're gonna return, we need to return the response. So the response here gonna pass the cancel serializer dot what? Dot errors. Okay, so then from there gonna have the status. So status is equals to what? Status dot http 400. Okay, 400 bad request. So then the next thing that we need to do, so that is what we are checking. So that is part for what? For delete. Now the next thing that we need to do, if our try fails, so first of all we check if we have the appointment, the one that we are looking for. So then we do what? So if our try fails, now we know that first of all it can be what? It can be the appointment missing. So we're gonna say appointment does not what? So does not exist. So here we need to return a response. So the response here gonna say what? Error. So the error here gonna say what? Appointment. So appointment not found. So then we're gonna say status. So status here gonna say what? Is equals to what? Status dot what? http 404 not found. So now, so this one should be response. So you need to make sure that that is there. So then we need to save it to arrange it. Okay, so make sure that it looks like this, yours. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, so now we need to have the one that will be used for confirming. So this one will be used by consultants. So and they'll be doing what, gonna say post, to be a post method. So then at permission, so at permission classes, here you do what, gonna say is authenticated. So it's authenticated like that. So then from here gonna say def, then you're gonna say confirm. So confirm appointment. Okay, so here gonna pass the request, so request, and also the appointment what, so appointment ID. So this one we're gonna say what, confirm. So confirm appointment. Okay, so confirm appointment, we are gonna say what, gonna say consultant only. Okay, so then after you have done that, now we need to check the user. So we're gonna say if the request dot user dot role it's not equal to what, it's not equal to consultant. So if you're not equal to consultant, here we do what, we're gonna say return. So return response. So response here we're gonna say what, error. So error here gonna do what, we're gonna say only. So only consultants, so only consultants can confirm appointments. Okay, so like that. Then we need to have the status for 403. So status dot what, http 403. Okay, that is forbidden. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so the next thing that we need to do here is what, we need now to choose the service to confirm that one. Okay, so the one that will be responsible for confirming the what, the appointment. Okay, so just come here in our services. So in our services, then we need to come below this one. So we need to make sure it's outside that one. So we're gonna say at static method. So static method. So here we need to make sure it's at transaction. So we're gonna say at transaction. So transaction dot atomic. Then from there gonna define confirm. So confirm appointment. Okay, gonna name it confirm appointment. This one gonna accept appointment what, appointment ID, and also the user. So here we need to do what, we're gonna say this one, gonna say confirm. So confirm, let me put this one here. So we're gonna say confirm appointment. So confirm appointment, then this one it is consultant only, like that. Okay, so here what we need to do, we need to try. So we need to try here, gonna say appointment. So the appointment here, we need first of all to get the appointment. Gonna say appointment dot what, dot objects. So dot objects dot select. So select related, we're gonna say confirm selected, then selected here we're gonna say consultant. So consultant, so underscore user. So then from there you're gonna have the patient. So the patient, like that. Then we need to gonna get the ID, then we're gonna say what, appointment. So we're gonna pass the appointment ID there. Okay, so here it is only the consultant can confirm. So we're gonna say if user, so if user it's not equal to what, appointment. So if user it's not appointment dot what, consultant. So consultant dot user. So here gonna return none, and also the error here gonna say only the consultant. So only the consultant can do it, can confirm appointments. Okay, so appointments, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna check the appointment status. So the appointment status, so the appointment status here, if it's not equal to pending, so if it is not equal to pending, here you just need to do what, we can't cancel something that is not in that state. So we're gonna say cannot confirm appointment. So appointment with the status. So status, this one we're gonna say what, appointment dot what, dot status. Okay, so dot status, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, so now we need to confirm. Okay, we're gonna say appointment, so appointment dot confirm. Okay, so maybe you're asking where we are getting these things like confirm. So you can come to the models here. So when you come to a models, so like for the appointment, where is it? So here in the appointment we have these methods that we declared as a property. So like this one, so this one for confirm, so this one we just set it confirmed, like that, and the updates there. Okay, for cancel the same way we did. Okay, so now you are familiar where you're getting that one. So for cancel, where did we pass the cancel? This one. Okay, so the same way. So that's why we are calling these methods here. So now after we do that, now we need to notify the patient. So we're gonna say appointment service, so appointment service dot what, gonna say send, so send the notification. So here gonna say user ID, so the user ID here is equals to our what, appointment. So from the appointment dot what, patient. Okay, so dot patient, then we get the ID. So then the notification type, so this one will be what, gonna say appointment confirmed. Okay, so these are the notifications that we can send here. So then the appointment gonna pass the appointment. Okay, like that. So then we need to come here outside of this one. So then you need to do what, we need now to return. So what we need to return here is what, appointment, so the appointment, and also none, because there's no error there. So now after that, if so, this one will be the first point of failure, so we need to accept that one. So accept appointment does not what, does not exist. Okay, so if it does not exist, we just return none. And also we need to have what, appointment. I'm gonna say appointment does not what, appointment not found. Okay, so then from there we need to have the accept. So we're gonna say accept exception, so accept exception as what, as E. So here we need to return, so what we need to return. Also this is a good place for you to log, so you can log. So then we need to have the string of what, of that exception. So let us save it to organize it like that. So now we need to use it in our view. So in our view here, so we do what, so here in our view, what we need to do, we need to confirm the appointment. Then we're gonna say appointment, so we're gonna say appointment and error. So error here is equals to what, appointment service, appointment service. Then we need to do what, confirm. Gonna say confirm appointment, like this. Then we're gonna say appointment ID, so the appointment ID, we're gonna pass what, the appointment ID. Okay, so then from there we're gonna have the user. So the user here is the request dot what, dot user. Okay, so that's it. So then the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, we need to check if it is appointment. So if we have the appointment here, if the appointment, if it is true, we just need to serialize. Okay, so serializer, so serializer is equals to our appointment serializer, where we pass our what, we pass our appointment. So we're gonna say appointment and then context. So context is equals to what, is equals to, here we're gonna have it as a request. So request, so request here. So then we're gonna do what, we need to say request. Okay, so that's it. Now the next thing is just to send the, so we're gonna say response. So the response here, it is a serializer dot what, so serializer dot data. So that's it. So now the next thing that we need to do, if that one fails, we're gonna know it's an error, so we're gonna return the response. So the response here, it will be what, it will be error. Okay, so it will be an error here. So error, then we're gonna say error. So the error there, then we need to have the status. So we're gonna say status. So status is equals to what, status dot what. So we're gonna say status So status.http 400 bad request. Okay, so that's it. Now we need to save it. So then after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on the next on the next view, the one that gonna start the appointment. Okay, so gonna say at static, so not at static, so at API view. So API view here, it will be what? So this one will be a post. So then here we do what? So just here gonna have at permission classes. Then we need to do what? We need to say it's authenticated. It's authenticated. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, gonna define the, gonna say start. So start what? We need to start the appointment. Okay, so the appointment here gonna have the request. So the request gonna say appointment. So appointment what? Appointment ID, like that. So here you need to say this one will be the one that gonna start the appointment. Start appointment. So start appointment. So this one creates what? So this one just creates the, this one will just create this, the call session. Okay, so okay, call session. So the one that we will use to do that. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, so here gonna say appointment. So the appointment here is equals to our appointment. So our appointment dot objects. So dot objects dot get. So we just need to get this one ID. Then we're gonna say appointment ID, not detail, appointment ID. Okay, so then from there, now after we get the appointment ID, now we need to check the permission. Okay, so we're gonna say if request dot user. So dot user, not in what? Not in appointment. So we're gonna say appoint, not this one. So if it's not appointment dot consultant, so consultant dot user. So if it is not that, then appointment dot patient. So if they are not in that, you just need to return a response. So the response here gonna say what? Gonna say error. So the error here gonna say what? Access denied. Okay, so access denied. So then from there, the next thing, it is the status. So the status here to be what? So status dot, so status dot http 403. Okay, like that. So then from there, now we need to do what? We need now to create a call session. Okay, so and the way that we're gonna create the call session here, we need to come to our what? To our services here. So now we go to the service. So as we come here, so what we need to do, we just need to come below this one. So we need to do what? We need to define a static method. So we're gonna say at static. So at static method, so this one will be a transaction. So we're gonna say transaction. So I told you this one, it's important when you want to make sure that everything it is updated before it makes sure that everything it is successful. If there is a failure, it doesn't update. Okay, so we're gonna say start. So start appointment. Okay, so start appointment here. So this one gonna pass the appointment ID. So then from there you're gonna pass the user. So this one gonna say start. So this one starts what? Start appointment. So start appointment. So then this one just repeat the same thing, call session. Okay, so like that. So after that, then we're gonna say try. So here we need to say appointment. So appointment is equals to what? Gonna say appointment. So appointment dot objects. So dot objects. So dot select related. Okay, so select related here. So we're gonna pass the consultant. So underscore user. So also for the patient. So patient, like that. Then we do what? We're gonna get the one that is associated with what? Appointment, the appointment ID that is related to that. Okay, to that user. So then from there, then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check the permission. So we're gonna say if user is not in what, in this list, so we're gonna say appointment. So appointment dot what, consultant. So consultant dot user, and also we're gonna say appointment. So appointment dot what, appointment dot patient. So dot patient, like that. So we're gonna return none, and also gonna say access denied. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check the status. Okay, so we're gonna say if the appointment, so the appointment dot status, so the status here not in what, if it is not in pending, if it is not pending, and also confirmed. So if it is not pending and confirmed, we just return none. Okay, so status here we need to make sure not in. Okay, if it is not in there, so you just need to come here and you say what, cannot start appointment. So cannot start appointment with what, with that status, with the status. So we're gonna say with the status. So the status here gonna say what, appointment. So appointment dot what, status. So appointment dot status, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check timing. Okay, so we're gonna say if it is not in appointment, so appointment dot can start. So remember we have that method, so can start there. So you need to return none, and also we're gonna say appointment. So appointment can only be started within what, within 15 minutes. So 15 minutes of what, scheduled time. Okay, so scheduled time, like that. So then from there we need to create the call session. So we're gonna say call session. So call session is equals to what, our appointment. So appointment dot create. So create call session. So when you come here, when you come to our models here, so where is it, our models here, you can realize we have what, create the call session, which just creates what, that session. Okay, like that, then it updates that one. Okay, so that's why we have it there. So then after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to notify both parties. So we're gonna say for notify, so for notify user in what, so here we're gonna say appointment. So appointment dot consultant. So consultant dot user, and also appointment, so appointment dot patient. So like that, then we need to do what, we need to say if notify user here, it's not equal to what, it's not equal to user. So if it's not equal to user, just call our appointment service. So then we do what, gonna send notification there. Then you're gonna say the user ID. So the user ID here is equals to notify. So notify user. So notify user dot what, dot ID. So then the next one is the notification type. So the notification type, so this one will be what, we're gonna say appointment. So appointment started. Okay, like that. Then we need also to have the appointment. So appointment is equals to appointment. Okay, so appointment is equals to appointment. Then we're gonna say call session. So call session ID is equals to what, our call session. So we're gonna say our call session dot session ID, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come out of that one. So after we have notified them, then you need to return. So we need to return the call session. Okay, call session there, and also none. If our try fails here, we need to accept the appointment does not exist. So does not what, so does not exist. So here we return none, and also gonna say appointment not found. Okay, so appointment not found, like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to accept that exception if it's not that one. So exception as what? As E. Then we need to return, so we return none, and also we return what? String of that exception. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to save it like that. So now we need to use it in our what? In our views here. So here we do what? We need to return the call session. So the call session here is equals to what? Is equals to not call session only. We need also, because we can get an error, so we need to have them, both of them. So we're gonna say appointment service. So appointment service dot what? Dot start what? Start appointment. So here we pass what? The appointment ID. So the appointment ID, we're gonna pass the appointment ID here. So appointment ID, like that. Then from there we need to have the user. So the user is equals to what? Is equals to our request. So request dot user, like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if the call session. So if the call session here, we're gonna, so what I need to do, we're gonna create a call session serializer, the one that we're gonna use to serialize our calls. Okay, so that it will be easier for us to send the data to the back to the client. Okay, so just can come just where, so we can just where we feel like. So I want to put it here. So let me say class call session. So call session serializer. So serializer, like that. Then we will say serializers dot what? Dot model serializer. So model serializer. So then from there you're gonna have the consultant name. So consultant name is equals to what? Is equals to serializers. So serializers dot what? Dot character field. So like that. Then we pass what? The source. So the source is equals to what? Is equals to a consultant. So consultant dot what? Dot full name, like that. Okay, so then we're gonna put it as a read only, gonna set it to true, like that. Then from there, the next one we need, it is what? I'm gonna copy this one, Control C, then I'm gonna Control V here. So this one won't be consultant name, so it will be patient name. Gonna say patient name, like that. Then this one will be what? The source will be patient. Okay, like that. So patient dot full name. Okay, so the read only we set it like that. So the next one, it is the consultant ID. So consultant ID is equals to what? Serializers. So serializers dot UUID. So UUID field, then you're gonna say source. So is equals to what? Is equals to a consultant. So consultant dot what? Dot ID. And also we need to set it as a read only. Gonna set it to true. So also we're gonna copy this one. So we're gonna copy this one here. So I'm gonna come with it here. I'm gonna paste it there. So I need to replace this one to be patient. So now we do what? Instead of consultant, here we have what? Patient. Okay, like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the duration. So we're gonna say duration formatted is equals to what? Is equals to serializers dot what? Read only field. Okay, read only field, like that. So then from there, gonna have the consultation fee. So consultation fee here is equals to what? Is equals to serializers. So serializers dot decimal field. Okay, so here gonna have the maximum digits. So we're gonna have a value of 10 decimal places. So decimal places of 2. And then we need also to have what? We need to have the coerced to string. We're gonna say coerce to string. We don't want it to be converted to string. We need to make sure it's always what, a decimal, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the class meta. So we're gonna say class meta. So class meta here, we're gonna say model. So model is equals to what? It is our call session, like that. So then from there we need to have the fields. So we're gonna say fields is equals to what? Is equals to this list. We're gonna say first of all ID. Also we need to have what? We need to have the session ID. So session ID. Also we need to have the consultation ID. Consultant, not consultation. So consultant ID. And also we need to have the patient ID. So patient ID. Also we're gonna have the consultant name. So consultant name, like that. Then from there you're gonna say what? Gonna have the patient name. So patient name, like that. Also we need to have the call type. So call type, like that. Then from there gonna have the status. So status, like that. Then from there gonna have the scheduled at. So scheduled at, like that. Then from there you're gonna have the started at. So started at. Then from there you're gonna have what? Ended at. So ended at, like that. So the next one, it is what? The duration minutes. So duration minutes, like that. Then from there we can have the duration formatted. So duration formatted, like that. Also we need to have the consultation. So consultation fee, okay. And also we have the payment status. So payment status. So payment status, like that. Then we can have the consultant notes. So consultant notes, like that. Then we need to have what? We need also to have the patient feedback. So patient feedback. So patient feedback, and then we need to have created at. So created at, okay. So that is it. So then you need to save them, like that. So make sure that yours look like that. So now we need to come out of the meta class there. Then we need to have the representation. So here we need to ensure that the numeric fields are properly typed to match the other serializers. So we're gonna say data. So data is equals to that, okay. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to coerce to float for JSON consistency, okay. We're gonna say if consultation fee here in what? In the data, and data, when you get the consultation fee, so consultation fee there. So we need to do what? We're gonna say is if it is not none. So if it is not none here, we just need to do what? We're gonna say data, then the consultation fee. So consultation fee. So here we need to do what? This one should be double E. So we need to assign to float, okay. We need to convert it to float. So we're gonna say float. Then here we need to do what? We get the data, then we get the consultation fee. So consultation fee, then we do what? We do like that. Then we need to return. So then here we need to return the data, okay, outside that one, okay. So that is it. So then after doing that, now we can be able to come to our view here, so that we're gonna use it to send the. So here we're gonna, if we have the call session, so we're gonna say from .serializers. So we need to import what? Gonna import the call session serializer, okay. So then here gonna say serializer. So serializer is equals to what? Our call session serializer. So this one, then we pass our call session there, call session here. So call session, then from there we need to do what? Just need to return the response. So the response with our serializer. So serializer, our serializer dot data, like that. Then we need to do what? to have the status. So the status here will be status dot what, dot http 200. Okay, like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, if our try, if fails there, it simply means we have an error. So we're gonna come here and we do what, we return response. So response here, we do what, we need to make sure that we have the error, and also we need to have what, that error here. So we're gonna say error there. Then also we need to have the status, which we're gonna say status dot what, http 400 bad request, like that. So the next thing that we need to do, if our try fails, so it simply means that we didn't find what, the appointment. So we're gonna say appointment does not what, does not exist. Okay, so just return response. So response here, we do what, so here we're gonna say error. So error here gonna do what, we need to say appointment. So we're gonna say appointment not found. Okay, so then from there we need to have the status. So the status is equals to what, is equals to status dot what, http 400 bad request. So then we need to save it to organize it like that. Okay, so the next endpoint, it is what, the appointment statistics, the one that gonna expose the statistics for appointment. So we're gonna say at API view. So at API view here, gonna get what, gonna pass get. So we're gonna say get. Then from there we need to have the permission classes. So we're gonna say permission classes. So here we need to pass what, so we need to pass is authenticated. So it's authenticated. So from there, the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna say def appointment statistics. So appointment statistics. So appointment statistics here. So we're gonna pass the request there. So this one we're gonna get, gonna say, so we're gonna say get appointment. So get, so we're gonna say get, so get appointment what, appointment statistics for user. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if it is what, so if the role, so we need to copy, where did we have them, both of them. I want them to be both. So if it is what, so let us just type them. So we're gonna say if request, if the in the request dot user dot role dot user dot role is not equal to what, if it's not equal to this one, so we can say not in this one. So if it is not in patient or the consultant, so we just need to return, so we need to return a response. So the response here, we do what, we're gonna say error. So the error here gonna say what, invalid. So invalid user role. Okay, like that. Then we need to have the status. So the status here gonna say status dot what, http 403 bad forbidden. Okay, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, now we need to do what, now we need to come here. So we need to, from Django, so we're gonna say from here, I want to have from Django. So from Django dot db dot models. So dot models, we need to import count. We need to import count. Okay, just lazy to go there top. Okay, so then, so here gonna say if request. So if request dot user dot role is equals to, is the same as patient. So if it is a patient here, gonna say base query. So base query is equals to what, appointment. So appointment dot objects. So dot objects dot what, dot filter. So dot filter, we do what, here gonna pass the patient. So we need to confirm the patient. Request dot user. so like that. Okay, so then from there, else it would be what? Else it would be base query set. So base query, so I want to rename this one to query set so that it will be easier for us. So base query set is equals to what? Appointment. So appointment dot objects dot filter. Okay, so then we need to get the consultant. So the consultant user is equals to what? Is equals to the request. So request dot user. Okay, so that's it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna say today is equals to what? To time zone. So time zone dot now dot date. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do now it is to calculate the statistics. So we're gonna say stats is equals to, so here you're gonna say first of all it is total appointments. So total appointments, you're gonna do what? You're gonna say base query set. So base query set dot count, like that. So then from there you're gonna say completed. So the ones that are completed, you're gonna say what? Base query set. So base query set dot what? Dot filter. We need to filter. So we're gonna say the status. If the status is equals to what? Completed. Okay, like that. Then from there we need to count them. Just say count, like that. Okay, we're just counting them, so that's why you're just. Then upcoming, so upcoming here, so upcoming gonna say base query set. So base query set dot filter. So dot filter, here you need to make sure that we check the date. So we're gonna say scheduled. So scheduled, so scheduled date. So underscore GTE, that is greater than today. So then from there we need to have status. So the status underscore in what? In this one. So just say pending. So then from there we need to have confirmed. So confirmed, like that. Okay, so then from there we need also to have what? Comma there. The next one it is cancelled. So first of all we do that, we need to make sure that we count them because we're just counting, like that. Okay, so then from there here for this one we want to get the cancelled one. So the cancelled ones, so this one will be gonna say base query set. So base query set dot filter. So dot filter, you're gonna get the status. So status is equals to what? Gonna say cancelled. So like that. So then we need to do dot count. So like that. The next one it is what? Pending confirmation. So pending confirmation. So we need to do what? We need to say base query set. So base query set dot filter. So dot filter, then we're gonna say get the ones that have this status pending. Then we do what? We just count them. Okay, like that. So that is it. So let us save it like that. So then after we have done that one for stats, so now we need to get the current month. So we're gonna say the current month, gonna name it current month start. We want to know the month when it started is equals to what? Time zone. So time zone, this one dot now. Then we're gonna replace. Okay, we're gonna replace. So we need to replace day 1. So day 1 hour 0. Okay, so with the second 0, so the second 0 and also microsecond 0. Okay, so microsecond 0. So we need to make sure that we get this one like that. Okay, so that one will just give what? The current month start. So then here we need to say stats. So we need to add more to our stats. Gonna say this month. So this month, here we need to do what? Gonna say base query set. So base query set dot filter. So dot filter here gonna say created at. So we need to check the ones that are created at. So created at. So created at here gonna say what is equals to created at what. So created at, we need to make sure that it is greater than. So we're gonna say greater than or equal to the current month. Okay, the current month start, like that. Then we do what, we just count them like that. So then the next one, it is what, so now we need to have the also for the today's appointments, we're gonna say starts. So starts here gonna say today. So for today here gonna say base query set. So base query set dot filter. So we just need to filter this one based on what, scheduled date. Okay, so scheduled, so scheduled date. So scheduled date is equals to what, today. Okay, like that. Okay, so then from there we're gonna have the status. So the status here gonna say what, we need to make sure the status, we need to make sure underscore in what, we need to make sure we get the pending one. So pending, and also we're gonna get confirmed. Okay, confirmed for that month. So then from there just need to return our stats. Okay, so return response. So the response here, we do what, we pass the stats like that. So that is it. That is the method for getting what, for getting the statistics. So make sure that yours look like that. So like that. Okay, so now the next one, it is the API view. So the next one, it is for getting the appointment status traces. So we're gonna say get. So this one will just be a get method. So then we're gonna say def, gonna say appointment. So appointment status. So status traces. Okay, so status traces, we're gonna pass the request. So the request here, so here you're gonna say what, get available. So get available appointment status. So status choices. Okay, so then here we're gonna just say what, we're gonna say choice. So choice is equals to the list. So here we need to get the value. So we're gonna say value. So the value here gonna get the choice. So the choice pass that one, then that will be the value. And also for the label, so for the label here gonna pass what, choice. So from the choice, the first one. Okay, so then we're gonna say for choice in what, for choice in our appointment. So remember we had this one, we had the status what, choices. Okay, so that's it. Now the next one, it is to do what, just to return the okay, so return a response. So we return a response here, we pass the choices. Okay, like that, the choice, not the choices. So we're gonna put this one as choices so that we'll be able to return them because there are many. So we're gonna say the one to get the available appointment type, to get type choices. So we're gonna say at API view. So at API view here gonna say get. So get like that. Then we do what, so this one we do def, gonna name it what, appointment. So appointment, so appointment type choices. Then we're gonna pass the request. So the request here we do what, so we're gonna say get. So we're gonna say get. So get available what, so available, get avail. So available what, available appointment. So appointment type choices. Okay, so we're gonna say, I'm gonna copy this one, gonna just copy this one out of this one like that. Then I'm gonna come with it here and I'm gonna paste it here. So for the, so this one we just need to change what, the appointment. Okay, so the appointment type choices. So that one marks the end of what, So this one marks we have an issue. Where is it? So here, so consultant user, so this one is equals, okay. So that is in our appointment statistics. Make sure that you pass it as a what, like that one, to get the user. So like that, okay. So that one marks the end of our what, of our so that is marks the end of our appointments. So what we need to do here, so that we're gonna be able to use them in the front end, just need to pass, we're gonna create the urls.py. So then the first thing that we need to do, we need to say from Django. So from Django.urls, we need to import the path. So the path here, then we're gonna say we're gonna import what, from our folder here. You need to import our appointment views, okay. So we need to use the URL patterns. So the first thing here, gonna say what, gonna say appointment. So appointment endpoints, okay. So the appointment endpoints. So here gonna say path. So the path here, the first one, it is what, appointments. So appointments, this one gonna get what, we're gonna say appointment view dot what, user appointments, like that. Then from there, for the name, I'm gonna copy this one. So let me copy that one. So then we say name is equals to that one, okay. So then we need also to have a comma. So then we need to have the path. The next path, it is what, gonna say appointments. So appointments, then we're gonna say what, we're gonna say create. So create, like that. Then we're gonna say appointment views dot create appointment, like that. Then we need to copy this one so that we can use it for name. So name here, do what, we paste it here. So then the next one, it is what, path. So path here, gonna say what, it will be our what, it will be our appointment. So appointments. So this one, appointments here, we do what, we go to the upcoming. So the upcoming appointments, then we do what, gonna say appointment views dot upcoming appointments. Then you copy that one. So you do what, you do the name. So the name here, you do what, we pass that one, okay. So then the next one, it is what, gonna say path. So the path here to be what, our appointments. So appointments, then we're gonna say statistics. So statistics, then from there we need to do what, appointment views dot what, appointment statistics. So appointment statistics, then we need to do what, gonna copy this one. And then we do what, the name. So the name, it is what, that one there. So then the next one, it is what, so the path here, gonna say for, now we need to have for what, for appointments. So appointments, then we need to get the UUID. So this one, UUID, like that. Then we're gonna say what, appointment ID, like that. So this one will be what, so remember that forward slash there. So this one will be appointments views dot what, appointment detail, okay. So appointment detail. So then we need to copy this one. Then we're gonna say name. So name, we put what, pass that one there. So the next one, it is what, path. So the path here, gonna say what, we're gonna say appointments. So appointments, like this. Then we need to get the UUID. So like this. Then we say what, appointment ID. So appointment ID, so forward slash there. Then this one will be what, so this one should not be there. So we have just repeated this one. So we need to have the confirm, okay. So we need to come here, we get the ID, then we have to confirm it, okay. So confirm, like that. So this one will be for that one. So appointment views dot what, confirm appointment, like that. Then we need to have the name. So the name, we just copy this one. then we say name, we pass it here. So then from there, the next one, it is what? Path. So the path here, we do what? We're gonna have also for the, I'm gonna copy this one for the ID, and also remember to close it here. So we're gonna copy this one, Control C, then this one, gonna paste it here, then put / there. Then we're gonna say available. So available, available slots. Gonna say available slots like that. So this one, instead of appointment ID, we're gonna have the consultant what? So consultant ID. Okay, so that is it. So now after that one, the slot, so we say the appointments, the UID consultant ID, then we get what? The available slots. So this one we're gonna say what? Appointment views dot available. So the available slots, so we're gonna copy this one. So gonna copy this one, then we're gonna do what? So we're gonna do the name. So the name here, it is what? Like that. Okay, so then from there we need to have, so I've just saved them. So then the next one, it is what? I'm gonna say path. So path here, so the path here, we need to have the appointments. So appointments, then we're gonna have the status choice, not the appointment status choices. The first thing that we need to do, so we need to have appointment status, so status choices. So we put / there. Then we need to have the appointment views, then we're gonna say appointment, so appointment status choices. Okay, so then I'm gonna copy this one so that it will be our name. So the name here is equals to what? Is equals to that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, it is for what? Gonna say path. So path here, gonna say appointments. So appointments. So appointments, then we're gonna have the type choices. So then we do what? We're gonna say appointment views dot, so dot type what? Appointment type choices. Okay, so then we're gonna copy this one also, so like that. Then we're gonna say name, so name is equals to what? To that. Okay, so that is it. So now we have what? We have these endpoints, so the ones that we need to now to go to our front end and then start doing what? Start using them. So what we need to do first of all, before you go to our front end, you need to make sure that you add the URLs to our main URLs here. So just come here and you say what? Path. So path here, gonna say what? Gonna say API. So API, then we're gonna say what? Consultations. So consultations like that. Then we do what? We include. So what we need to include here, it is our consultation. So consultations dot what? Dot URLs. Okay, like that. Then we need to save it. So like that. So that is what we have done so far. Now we need to start working on what? On our front end, to first of all to book to handle the appointments. Okay, so that is what we have done so far. So now let us go to the front end and we work on what? On that part for consultation, for booking the appointments and creating appointments like that. Okay, so let us go and start working on that part.